the second annual public lecture of His Royal Majesty Obi Nnaemeka Achebe, Obi of Onitsha, Abogidi Global. We welcome you to Nnamdi Azikiwe University, the university of all time. One of the fastest growing and developing universities in sub-Saharan Africa. We welcome you to this great event marking the second edition of this public lecture. So today we'll be talking about restructuring for true federalism, a challenge to Igbo leadership. Obuna atuali anya n'Igbo. Obuli irazieli. Etu ndị ga-esi wee nọ na Nigeria. Etu o si wee metụta ọchịchị nke ndị Igbo. Onye biba anyị bịa ime tata. Anyị wee na-asị unu niile nnọọ. Anyị afụgo ndị si ebe dị iche iche n'akụkụ Nigeria dị iche iche. N'ụzọ dị iche ka anyị na-anabata ndị igwe anyị. Anyị ka ga-akụ unu niile afọ wee nabata unu n'ụzọ pụrụ iche na university nke anyị bụ Nnamdi Azikiwe University Ọka. Ma ndị lọlọ, ndị otu ọdụ, ndị ọzọ, otu dị iche iche, ndị nkuzi na ụmụ akwụkwọ mahadum Nnamdi Azikiwe University. Representatives of various institutions here present, we welcome you. The great bankers that are here, we welcome you. That is to say that no shaking. We welcome you to this very event. Distinguished members of the university community, I salute no. Dear students that are here, we welcome you. We welcome you to this great program. All those who are here present. And we wish to welcome our online audience. And may I inform you that this program is being streamlined, being transmitted online and across the globe. So people are joining us from across the world. In fact, from what we have now, the online audience is greater than the number of people that are here. So we welcome them as they join. And in a special way, the Department of Music, we welcome you. You are doing well. So people are still arriving this very event. And in no distant time, we will be starting officially. So guests are still arriving. The guest lecturer is already here. And some members who are already established in the protocol list, we welcome you. The chairman of council and the pro-chancellor of our great university will be joining us shortly, together with the acting vice chancellor Professor Carol Arinze Mobi. We are still expecting the arrival of His Royal Majesty Obi Alfred Nnaemeka Achebe, MNI CFR. It's already here, but will be joining us in this call any moment from now. The governor of Anambra State, our own dear governor, will be joining us. The chief guest of honor on today's occasion, Professor Chukwuma Charles Soludo, will be joining us any moment from now. The chairman of the occasion is already here. He's here with us. We welcome him in a special way. The guest speaker, Professor Azikiwe, is already with us, and we welcome him. The royal fathers of the day are here with us, and we welcome them. His Royal Majesty Obi Gibson Mabezemosu Ezuzoka, and His Royal Majesty Igwe Dr. Oranu Christidume MON Ezanuku Ezigulube no more. I na tukwanya ndị governors ndị Southeast niile ha ga-esokwa anyị n'ihe ha na-eme n'ụzọ pliche. Dr. Peter Mba, the governor of Enugu State, anyị na-atụ anya the special guest of honor, Governor Francis Oboma Nwifuru, Governor Ndo Ebonyi State, His Excellency Senator Hope Uzodimma, Governor nke ndị Imo. Anyị na-atụkwa anya His Excellency Dr. Alex Oti, the Governor of Abia State. Her Excellency Ambassador Bianca Ojukwu, the Honorable Minister of State for Foreign Affairs, will be joining us as the special guest of honor. His Lordship Justice Alpha Ikpeama, the Director General, United Igbo Elders Council Worldwide, is also with us. Distinguished Senator Dr. Victor Ume, OFR, Ohamadike, Distinguished Senator representing Anambra Central, na National Assembly. Oge sokwa anyị na mmemme a. Anyị na-atụ anya any moment from now. Mmadụ kalịla akali. Anyị wee na-anabata unu n'ụzọ pụrụ iche. Anyị chọọ ka anyị bido na-anabata unu n'egbughị oge, ka ọ ga-abụ ozugbo ndị nke ọzọ batara, anyị enwe ike bido n'egbughị oge. So we welcome you once again. Permit me to recognize our traditional rulers those that are here present, and may you grant me the grace to do it in no particular order, please. With your permission, in no particular order, please. We welcome His Royal Majesty, Igwe Dr. Mark Anthony Chinedu Elibe Okonkwo Ezediora Mma the second n'alọ. Anyị na-anabata gị n'ụzọ pụrụ iche. Biko kwọlụ na aka n'ụzọ pụrụ iche. Your Majesty nọ. Anyị na-anabatakwa His Royal Majesty Igwe Engineer Sunday Isaac Okafor Ogene n'Okpuno. Your Majesty nọ n'ụzọ pụrụ iche. His Royal Majesty Igwe Christopher Ndubisi Okpala Eze Nebo the Third na Akweze. Igwe anyị na-ekene gị. No. Anyị na-anabata His Royal Majesty Eze Kingsley Akobundo Nwogu Ezeoha the Fourth n'Oyibo. Anyị na-ekene gị. Your Majesty. No. Na ndị igwe this time, ụdị mmawa na-amazi these days. Honestly, anyị na-ekene nri nne ndị igwe mara ihe alụ. Thank you very much, ndị igwe. Then His Royal Majesty Professor Charles Anikweze Igwe Nnamdi the Third n'Ọkụzụ. Biko kwọlụ na aka n'ụzọ pụrụ iche. Igwe anyị na-ekene. No. Anyị na-anabatakwa n'ụzọ pụkwala iche His Royal Majesty Igwe Godwin Nwabụ Nwanne Ọdịegwu Ezediora Mma Ọranyele Eze Nkemdim the Third of Abacha Ancient Kingdom. Hey, Igwe no. Anyị na-anabatakwa His Royal Majesty Igwe Aloku Joseph Ọnụ Nzam. Your Majesty, no. We welcome His Royal Majesty Igwe Eze Ikechukwu Simeon Chidubem Abo 1 n'Omumbo. Anyị na-asị gị no. His Royal Majesty Igwe Ambassador Dr. Lawrence Agubuzo OON CFR Obunechendo Nezamuolo Enugu State, the General Patron of Southeast Traditional Council. Biko kwọlụ na aka n'ụzọ pụrụ iche. Anyị kenele rinne. No. Anyị na-anabatakwa His Royal Majesty Igwe Isi Anichebe Akoku Wana, Chairman Ezago Council of Traditional Rulers n'Enugu State. Biko nabata ya n'ụzọ pụrụ iche. No, Your Majesty. His Royal Majesty Igwe Dr. Emeka Iluno JP Eze Dunu Igwe Ifite Dunu. Your Majesty, anyị na-ekene. Anyị sị gị no n'ụzọ pụrụ iche. No. Anyị na-anabatakwa His Royal Majesty Igwe Ambassador Daniel Obele Emenai Ezudo na Nofia Igwe Nofia. Anyị sị gị no. His Royal Majesty Engineer Simon Edozie Obidike Eze Ezu Second Ikem Vite. Anyị na-asị gị no. His Royal Majesty Igwe Francis Emesim Eze Odibez the Fifth Nanando. Igwe no. Anyị na-ekene rinne. No, we welcome all the traditional rulers that are here. Biko onwekwa onye akpọrọ ome ka anyị malụ ka ndị protocol bịa wela afịa ozugbo. Anyị nabatala unu n'ụzọ pụrụ iche. We also welcome Nkiru Kingsley Osuala, the zonal head of Zenith Bank, representing the group managing director, Zenith Bank PLC. We welcome you. No, representing Alhaji Yahaya Ndu. I see no. We welcome Professor Benjamin Chukwuma Ozumba, the 14th Vice Chancellor of the University of Nigeria, Nsukka. Prof, you are welcome. No. We welcome Ichie Demian Okeke Ogene, the immediate past National Vice President of Ohaneze and Igbo. And I say no. No, sir. No, sir. No, sir. Is it okay? No, sir. No. We welcome Simon Egemba, representing Chief Kenneth Ilo. We welcome you. We also have in our midst Dr. Chuka Onwasigwe, the MD Bedside Specialist Hospital. We welcome you to Nnamdi Azikiwe University. Permit me to welcome we want to recognize the presence of His Eminence, Dr. Eberechukwu Oji Ezaro, ably represented by Mazi Eni Onwumeri. So we welcome you, Your Eminence. No. May you grant me the grace to welcome His Royal Majesty Igwe Professor Onoranguneli OON Igwe Bako Eze Malume 1 Ne Bako. Am I informed us that he's one of us here in a special place, in a special way? Prof, we welcome you to your place, to your home. No. We also have our emeritus professor here present, former deputy vice chancellor of our great university, Professor Ifediorama Nwana. Prof, we welcome you. No. So we will continue to recognize our dignitaries as they come in, and please may the protocol unit do well to supply us with the names so that we recognize people accordingly. All the members of this community, you are also welcome. I say no. Thank you. So if you have the program, you can go to page 1. That is where we have the program of event. Are we going to start with the opening prayer? So we start with the opening prayer to ask God to lead us through this all-important program. Immediately after that, we take the protocol. We already on that. So we take the national anthem, the university song, and then we will go traditional for the breaking of kola nut. And we know what kola nut is all about in Igbo land. Immediately after the breaking of kola nut, we shall move over to the chairman's opening remarks. Okun Nabata. From the chairman of the organizing committee, Professor Godwin Onu MNI. After that welcome remarks, the acting vice chancellor of our great university, Professor Carol Chinyelugo Arizu Mobi, will now take the stage for the welcome address. That will be followed by the opening speech by the chairman of the occasion. And to the glory of God, we have a very powerful chairman on today's event. A great man, a great Nigerian, a distinguished senator of the Federal Republic. Senator John Azuta Mbata, he will be addressing us as the chairman of the occasion. Immediately after the speech or the remarks by the chairman of the occasion, we should have the presentation of the lecture by the guest speaker, Professor Azikiwe. That will be followed by remarks by the celebrant, Obi Nnaemeka Achebe, MNI, CFR. Ozugbo kwuchela okwu, anyị ga-abanye na book presentation ozigbo, and is going to be presented and launched by the Executive Governor of Abia State, Dr. Alex Oti. After the book presentation, dear distinguished ladies and gentlemen, your Royal Highnesses, will now entertain remarks by other governors and dignitaries present on today's event. We shall take goodwill messages from the people and from across the world. Some of them will be talking to us through the Zoom arrangement. Immediately after that, we have the vote of thanks. And it's going to be presented or done by His Royal Majesty Obi Nnaemeka Achebe, CFR. And that will be followed by the closing prayer. So if you look at the program, you see that it's not a very long one. Because today we're going to see the necessity of restructuring in Nigeria, the way forward for this great country. Permit me to welcome Professor Emeritus Alexander Obi Afoka Enukora Animalo, Fellow Academy of Science, and of course he has the NNOM Award of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. We welcome you, sir, an elder statesman of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. We welcome you, sir, to Nnamdi Azikiwe University, Oka. May I welcome my dear friend and the former provost of Federal College of Education Technical Umunze, honor here, Professor Josephat Obuago MNI. We welcome you. Special people, you are welcome. Chairman, Unizik Inaugural Lecture Committee. We also have the director of our continuing education program, Professor Greg Obiamalu. We welcome you. I say again, no. My own director is also here. Professor Jajangwanebo is also here. He's the director of Institute for Peace, Security and Development Studies of this great university. We welcome you, Professor Jaja. No. Ms. Nkoli Obiano of the Department of Political Science is also here. Nice again, no. You are welcome. Afulongebeni. No. We also have in our midst Professor P.K. Adigwe. We welcome you. No. The Obi in Council of Onitsha, led by Chief Ambassador Obiora Oroku, the Owelo of Onitsha. I can alone knows of Licha. No, because all of us knows of Licha. They came early enough and they have been sitting here admiring what we are doing, and of course today is their day as well. We salute you. We welcome you. Great people, great minds. We wish to recognize the distinguished entourage of Senator Chief John Azutambata, the President General of Ohanese and Igbo. They are here with us. Oh, full entourage. None. Oh, welcome. We also welcome Ndi Odu Onitsha. Biko call Ndi Odu aka n'ụzọ pụrụ iche. Ụmụ nwaanyị adị mma na-eme mma. Onye elijuru aba nara bodu n'Onitsha. We salute you. Odukumku na na-eche ikuku ndị mara mma because all of you are looking so beautiful. I say no. May I respectfully recognize the presence of His Excellency Barrister Peter Ndubisimba, the Executive Governor of Enugu State, ably represented by Honorable Dickin Oke Obodo, the Honorable Commissioner for Local Government, Rural Development, and Chieftaincy Affairs, and of course, former Honorable Commissioner for Commerce, Honorable Commissioner for Land Emeritus, Enugu State of Nigeria. Thank you.
Spotify Premium is what your ears deserve. With millions of songs and high-quality audio, treat yourself to limitless music. Get 3 free months now and cancel anytime.
So we welcome the Honorable Commissioner representing the Executive Governor of Enugu State, His Excellency Barrister Peter Ndubisimba. And today, Honor represents the governor. So, Abu Governor Tata, Your Excellency, you are welcome. You are welcome. No. Honorable Dickin Oke Obodo, Commissioner for Local Government, Rural Development, and Chieftaincy Affairs, former Honorable Commissioner for Finance and Land, Enugu State of Nigeria. Welcome to Nnamdi Azikiwe University, Your Excellency. No. No. DJ. So we also welcome and salute the members of the organizing committee led by our own dear Professor Godwin Onu MNI. Aine kenun nine n'ụzọ pliche. Professor Ogu, Dr. IG, Dr. Chomo Wasigwe, Dr. Neka, Dr. Chidozie, Dr. Mwadi Kalela Kale. Sa kene unu nine. None. Aina anabatakwa n'ụzọ pliche ndị otu Ikporo Onitsha. Biko vel na anyị aka, unu ewekwe n'iwe. Unu ewekwe n'iwe. Na mmadụ kalịla akali. None. You are welcome. You are welcome. So we welcome Mr. Chris Ejiofor, the manager, Zenith Bank, Unizik. We welcome you. He is part of the team accompanying the representative of Onisi Patapata. So we want to welcome the former executive governor of Anambra State of Nigeria, Mr. Peter Obi Nnaemeka, ably represented today by Professor Chinyere Okunna, the first female chief of staff, Federal Republic of Nigeria, Anambra. Odorizi, former honorable commissioner. I can also spot our own dear Professor Elochukwu Amuchazi over there. Our papa knows up liche. In political science, I can erin. Former Director General, we welcome you, sir. No. Odorizi, we welcome you to your own university. We still recognize members of the local organizing committee led by Professor Godwin Onu MNI, Professor Ngozi Ebuna, Professor Patrick Ebunike, Professor Oke Charles Ogu, Professor Felicia Anyogu, Professor Greg Obiamalo, Professor Jaja Nwanebo, Professor Dr. Choma Onwasigwe, Mrs. Urenna Okamba, the secretary, Dr. Chidozie Obiora, Dr. IG Ngene, Dr. Neka Ilochi, Reverend Sister Dr. Adoma Igwedibia, Dr. Chinedu Mbalisi, Engineer Ikenna Nwokede, Anthony Nwokoye, Jude Okwadimma, Uzoma Ifeinwa Anyebunam, Ofoje Ku, Derek Chika Chidimma. So we salute you for the good work you are doing. We say congratulations to you. None. None. Thank you. We still welcome His Excellency Mr. Peter Obi, former Executive Governor of Anambra State, our own dear Ukute, ably represented by Professor Chinyere, Stella Okunna, and Dr. Val Obianyem, because I call no faka no zoplete. None. None. Anyị na-anabatakwa n'ụzọ pụrụ iche. Biko chetakwa na etu nsi wee kwue na mbido, in no particular other place. You are all respected. I will welcome ndị isi Diokpa Onitsha. Ndị isi Diokpa Onitsha. Anyị na-asị unu nnọọ. Biko kọọ unu fa aka. Kọọ unu fa aka. Nnọọ. N'otu aka anyị na-anabatakwa na-welcome ndị agbala nze Onitsha. Anyị sịrị unu nnọọ ka anyị kọọ unu fa aka n'ụzọ pụrụ iche. And of course the Onitsha Improvement Union. Ka anyị kụkwata unu fa aka. Ọ bụ ya bụ na Onitsha gụkwa n'ụlọ. Akpọ agbala nze, kpọọ ndị nne, kpọọ ndị otu dị iche iche, a ga-akpọ ndị youth. I went anabata Onitsha Youth Council. I said, oh, no, no. None. None. Ladies and gentlemen, your Royal Majesties, may you grant me the grace to welcome in a special way another great mother, Honorable Minister for Women Affairs, Federal Republic of Nigeria. A woman that served Nigeria very well and still serving this country in a special way. Iyom Josephine Anini. People call me Akanozo. Iyom Ainekene. Yes, we are doing the job. It's like name. No. 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 The music department, please give us some interlude. We also welcome dear distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Your Majesty. It is my honor to announce the arrival of the benefactor of His Royal Majesty Obi Nnaemeka Achebe public lecture, His Royal Majesty Obi Alfred Nnaemeka Achebe, MNI, CFR, Abogidi, the Obi of Onitsha, Bikotonia Abogidi. Aina si anon abie. Aina si anon abie. Magano songwele unize. One kenezi ndi igwe. He's welcoming his colleagues, members of the traditional institution who came from the various communities in Igbo land He's still going round. Abogidi. Abogidi. Thank you. Okane kene na anabata. Okane kene na anabata n'ụzọ pliche. Ndị igwe si ebe dị iche iche, ndị si Anambra, ndị si Enugu, ndị si Imo, ndị si Abia. IG. Abogidi. We welcome you to your own program. No. The program will take off any moment from now. Ladies and gentlemen, your Royal Majesties, your Excellencies, we wish to announce we welcome the chairman of the occasion, distinguished Senator John Azutambata, the President General of Ohaneze Igbo, who is also the chairman of this occasion. So we welcome you, sir. We welcome you and your team. Your Excellency, no. The President General of our worldwide of Ohaneze Igbo. We also welcome the Royal Father of the Day, Igbo Aranu, His Royal Majesty, Igwe Dr. Aranu Christi Dume, member of the Order of the Niger, Ezanuku, Ezigulube. No more. We welcome you, sir, the Royal Father of the Day. Thank you very much. We also welcome the gentlemen of the press. We welcome you. I can also see Her Excellency, the wife of the first president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria here present. Her Excellency, Professor Uche Azikiwe, we welcome you. Former First Lady of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. I know again no. We welcome you, Your Excellency. Neku Mama Neku. Permit me to announce the arrival of the guest speaker, Professor Azikiwe. We welcome you, our dear Prof. No. No. Ihe melimma dimma. The chairman of the local organizing committee is also here. Professor Godwin Onu, we welcome you. MNI. Former rector, Federal Polytechnic Oko, we welcome you, sir. Thank you. We want to take off immediately, dear distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Your Royal Majesties, Your Excellencies, we welcome you. We continue to welcome you to this all-important program. Prof. No. So, and we want to make the program as brief as possible. And that means that we're going to cut off a lot of things so that people can go back to their various destinations. That is the instructions I have now. So we're going to cut a number of things. Thank you. So we want to take them immediately. I hope them people are ready. Just 1 minute to welcome our traditional rulers. Obi of Onitsha himself, who is the benefactor of this great program, is also here. Because Abogidi, I nekenerin. I nekenerin. We are training them in our tradition. How come? How come? How come? We are bringing them up in our tradition. How come? Our fuchondo tuodo. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. No. IG, please come forward because we want to take off and make it very quick now. So we wish to welcome the acting Vice Chancellor of our great university, Professor Carol Arinze Umobi, ably represented by our own dear Professor Harry Odbinwosu Biko Kolne Akanozo Pliche. No. We are all aware that the council of this university is sitting at the moment, so we welcome you. No, 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 no. Your Excellencies, Your Royal Majesties, dear great guests, dear students that are here present, dear online participants, I informed you before now that we have a lot of people online, those that have joined us from across the world. So they are observing all we do here today. So we wish to welcome them to this great program. marking the second annual public lecture of His Royal Majesty Obi Nnaemeka Alfred Achebe, the Obi of Onitsha. So we welcome you to this great program, and today we will be listening in a special way to a professor of professors on this region title, Restructuring for True Federalism, a Challenge to Igbo Leadership. So we welcome you on board as we wish to kickstart this program immediately. And may I inform us that His Excellency, the Executive Governor of Enugu State, is here in the person of His Honorable Commissioner. We welcome you, Your Excellency. Abogidi Dalo. His Excellency is here in the person of His Honorable Commissioner. May I also inform you, dear benefactor, that the former governor of Anambra State, our own dear Okutendibo, is also here. Mr. Peter Obi, ably represented by Professor Chinyere, Stella Okonna, and Dr. Val Obianyem. So I na nabata no zopliche. None. The chairman of the occasion, dear distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies, is also here. Our own amiable, distinguished Senator John Azutambata, the President General of Ohaneze Igbo. Your Excellency, well no Ohaneze aka, well no Ohaneze aka. Okwa nnukwu onye isi anyị, okwa nnukwu onye, kwọlụ ni aka n'ụzọ pliche. Daalụ. No. Onye isi no. The royal fathers of the day, Hanokwe Eba, n'ụzọ pliche. We welcome them, His Royal Majesty Obi Gibson Nwabeze Nwosuezuzoka Aina no. We also welcome His Royal Majesty Igwe Dr. Oranu Chris Chidume MON. Eza Anauku Ezigulube no more. We welcome you. No. All the governors of the Southeast, Aina Nabatakwa Nozo Pliche. Nanabatakwa His Lordship Justice Alpha Ipama, the Director General, United Igbo Elders Council Worldwide. Her Excellency Ambassador Bianca Ojukwu, the Honorable Minister of State for Foreign Affairs, is also joining us. We welcome the first female governor in Nigeria, our mother, Nekunne, former governor of Anambra State, Her Excellency Veji Etiaba. Biko kwalo ne aka n'ụzọ pliche. We welcome you, Your Excellency, the first female governor. I nekene gina sigin no. Thank you. We also welcome gentlemen of the press. Thank you. Please, may we be seated so that we can kickstart this program. May we clear the stage, please. The gentlemen of the press. May I welcome the former Deputy Governor of Anambra State here present, and the Secretary General of Ohaneze Ndị Igbo n'ụzọ pụrụ iche, His Excellency Emeka Sibodo. Kedu ebe ọ nọ biko nyafe aka? Your Excellency, no. No, rinne. Nice, fine man. I ain't nekene grinne. Thank you. Please, may we clear the stage so that we can start immediately. Thank you as we continue to welcome you. Thank you. Thank you. We can go. Please, 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 by the side. We also welcome His Excellency Val Ozigbo. He is also here with us. Your Excellency, we welcome you. Because call Nyakanozo Pliche. No. No. No, sir. May you permit me to welcome the immediate past Acting Vice Chancellor of our great university, Professor Joseph Ikechebelu, is here with us. We welcome you, sir. Because calling the Akanozo Pliche. Thank you very much. You are welcome. Please, the protocol should let us know those that are coming in so that we recognize them accordingly. Thank you. Thank you. As soon as we are all seated, we take off. Thank you. Thank you. Your Excellencies, Your Royal Majesties, all our special guests here present, and in a special way, the representative of the Executive Governor of Enugu State here present, all the distinguished members of the traditional institution from across the various states in Nigeria. Dear great scholars, dear distinguished members of this great community, our students, ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor and privilege to welcome you once again to this all-important program in the history of this great university. It is a great program, a great endowment by one of the greatest Nigerians alive, a man of great substance, a man of honor, a man of great glory, to the glory of God. Men all over the world may not understand the importance of this great program. Great endowment for people of substance. And we thank God that we have this to the glory of His name in no other person than His Royal Majesty Obi Nnaemeka Alfred Achebe. Biko kuona aka n'ụzọ plicha. Your Majesty, you are welcome. No. I chose Kaikaniru because today we'll be blending the long grammar with our traditional Ihediche. Yet we were selling our culture to the world because people have joined from across the world. On this note, may I respectfully invite us to rise for the national anthem, please. Unizik song.
Pride of the state and our nation, fountain of knowledge and of wisdom, source of our hope and of where freedom through education we gain, with reverence we honor you.
Please, while still standing, may I invite them, Dr. Choma Onwasigwe, to lead us in the opening prayer.
In the name of the Father, Heavenly Father, we thank you for a wonderful and beautiful day like this, which you have made, and you want us to rejoice and be glad in it. Lord, we thank you for bringing all of us safely from our various destinations. Lord, we commit this meeting into your hand. We can't do without you, but with you we can do all. We pray that you come and take absolute control. At the end, we will return all the glory to you. Be thou exalted, King of glory. For in Jesus' most perfect and wonderful name we have prayed. In the name of the Father.
Thank you very much, and thank you them for leading us through. We welcome Professor Frederick O. Eze, Vice President General Ohaneze Igbo, the Director of Studies, Enugu State Business School, Enugu. We welcome you. We also welcome His Royal Majesty Igwe A.C. Oragwam Igwe Obeledu. We welcome you. We also welcome Sir John Nwosu, the ADC gubernatorial candidate. We welcome you. I say again, no. Our own dear Professor Emeka Ezonu, we welcome you to your own university. No, you are welcome. You are welcome. Mr. Chairman, sir, the acting vice chancellor of our great university, the representative of His Excellency, the Executive Governor of Enugu State, dear distinguished members of the table, the benefactor himself, Your Excellencies, Your Majesties, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, may I respectfully invite the chairman of the organizing committee, a man that has led various organizations in wonderful ways, the former rector of the Federal Polytechnic Oko, former dean of the Faculty of Social Sciences, a man that is doing so well in Africa with regards to the Political Science Association. Dear distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Professor Godwin Onu MNI.
Mr. Chairman, this is a welcome address that I'm going to present. I am Professor Godwin Onu MNI, Chairman of Organizing Committee for this event. Mr. Chairman, the Obi Nnaemeka Achebe, CON MNI, and CFR MNI annual lecture on Igbo repository is founded on a core philosophical commitment to exploring and celebrating Igbo-ness. The event's central mission is to serve as a beacon for scholarly inquiry into the being, history, and global connections of Ndi Igbo. We aim to articulate what makes the Igbo people distinct among other nations in Nigeria and worldwide, delving into their origins and the rich tapestry of varying scholarly views that define them. This annual lecture is designed to be the preeminent forum for the preservation and advancement of Igbo knowledge, fostering a deeper understanding of our shared heritage. Sanctioned by the University Senate and the Vice Chancellor, and with the esteemed consent of Obi Achebe, the Obi of Onitsha, this annual event celebrates his profound contributions to society, his distinguished career in both the corporate and traditional realms, combined with his unwavering dedication to education and preservation of Igbo heritage, make him a prominent figure worthy of this recognition. This year, the lecture will be delivered by Professor Azikiwe, an erudite professor of political science, author of Politics and Global Dictionary, and an esteemed Google scholar and activist. Today, we gather to deliberate on a topic that resonates deeply with the very essence of who we are as a people: restructuring for true federalism, a challenge to Igbo leadership. This is not merely an academic exercise. It is a call to introspection, a demand for strategic thinking, and a profound challenge to the collective leadership of Ndi Igbo, both at home and in diaspora. This topic resonates deeply with the lecture's core philosophy. The concept of Igbo-ness is not merely historical, or cultural. It is also intrinsically tied to the Igbo people's socio-political existence and their role in modern Nigerian state. The topic directly addresses the challenges and aspirations of Igbo leadership in defining the Igbo identity and securing the collective future of Ndi Igbo within a larger political framework, thereby fulfilling our mission to articulate what distinguishes and connects us as a nation. Our historic roots and governance principles, predating the age of colonial rule, are entrenched in a republican ethos. We have always valued a decentralized system where every voice is amplified and community development is achieved through unity and collective effort. True federalism is not merely a political aspiration. It represents a necessary return to a system that mirrors our inherent values of self-determination and progressive advancement. Our belief that Onyaga na Nwanne extends to every Igbo son and daughter across the globe. Today, we witness a world where our global family yearns for a Nigeria that genuinely nurtures its people and allows for the fruits of their hard work to flourish. This gathering presents a unique platform for Igbo leadership to rise to the occasion, define a clear and unified vision for restructuring, and advocate for equity, justice, and sustainable development, beginning right here in our region. In conjunction with the annual lecture, we are establishing the World Center for Igbo Repository, named in honor of Obi Nnaemeka Achebe. This center will be a unique hub for the preservation and dissemination of knowledge on Igbo culture and history. Each feature will include a digital library powered by AI, a Hall of Fame to showcase Igbo accomplishments, and a versatile hall for academic and cultural events. The center will also serve as one-of-a-kind tourism destination, fostering cultural exchange and connecting Igbo communities globally. Its environment, rich with indigenous plants and animals, will be designed to encapsulate the essence of Igbo culture. The foundation ceremony of the center was done during the last year's edition of the public lecture. To bring this monumental vision to fruition, we seek your available support in acquiring funding for the construction of the World Center for Igbo Repository and sustainability of Obi Nnaemeka Achebe annual public lecture. Mr. Chairman, we stand at a crucial juncture, faced with a profound challenge that strikes at the core of our collective identity and future. This eminent gathering today is not merely for a political debate, it is a call to action. While we rightly demand a restructured Nigerian federation that accommodates all ethnic groups without prejudice, we must also recognize that true change begins at home. It is a paradox. If we seek to fix a national problem, let us fully also fix our own. The true test of our leadership is our ability to restructure from within, creating a model of prosperity and security that will serve as a template for the nation. Our call for a structured federation free from xenophobia, suspicion, must be matched by a procreative, self-driven restructuring of Southeast. This requires our governors to look beyond the transient realm of politics and forge a new path for our people and for the future generations. We demand the immediate establishment of the Alliance of Southeast States, a body for policy harmonization that mirrors the collective spirit and the success of the European Union. This alliance should not be another federal government supervised commission, but a truly autonomous Igbo-led initiative. This is our roadmap to making poverty, terrorism, kidnapping, insecurity history. Our governors must embrace a visionary approach, resurrecting and modernizing the templates of the late Dr. Emayo Okpara. This blueprint we focus on integrated infrastructure, economic development, human capital development, world-class healthcare, cultural reinvigoration. We must invest in a modern to reinforce our values and social fabric. The Alliance should organize a biennial Igbo Festival of Arts and Culture, reminiscent of the historic Festac. This is a crucial platform for reinventing our traditions, values, and adjudication systems, which in the days of yore served as our bedrock for policy and social order. Our state legislators must harmonize their laws in line with the alliance framework, reinforcing the notion that we are one Igbo nation, regardless of our state or residence. As we call for a national restructuring, we must first show the way by restructuring ourselves in the spirit of Onyaga and 1 year. Finally, I warmly welcome you all to this landmark event. Together, may our deliberations illuminate the path towards a brighter, more equitable, and genuinely federal Nigeria in which ethnicity can bow to justice and our differences set aside in pursuit of a united democratic nation. Let us engage in today's discussion with a spirit of constructive inquiry and focus on solutions. May our dialogues be built with wisdom, foresight, and sincere commitment to the enhancement of our people and our nation. This is the only way our flag can be a symbol of truth and justice, both in peace and battle, where no man is oppressed, a platform to hand on to posterity, a banner without stain. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was Professor Godwin Onwuemenai presenting his opening remarks. Mr. Chairman, Your Excellencies, Your Royal Highnesses, ladies and gentlemen, may I respectfully invite the acting Vice Chancellor of our great university, Professor Carol Chinyelugo Arinzumobi, the first female acting Vice Chancellor of our great university, ably represented by Professor Harry Obinwosu, to present her welcome address. The acting Vice Chancellor.
Thank you very much, University Orator. May I respectfully greet this audience, thanking you for your presence in our university. Distinguished Chairman, sir, and President of Ohanes and Igbo, I salute you. I salute your excellencies. I must have to salute in a very special way Her Excellency Dame Tiaba. It's a great pleasure seeing you once again. I want to greet very special all the governors of this Igbo nation, if you don't mind, that are here present, or even in representative capacity. It means a lot for us in this university that you are here and you are with us at this occasion. May I also welcome in a very special way the immediate past Vice Chancellor of the UNN. I salute you, sir. The representative of Peter Obi, His Excellency, we welcome you. I also see the immediate past acting Vice Chancellor of our university here present. We welcome you, sir. Ndị Igwe ekene m unu. Ndị Igwe ekene m unu. Ndị Igwe ekene m unu. Ọ ga-adịrị unu mma o. Ọ ga-adịrị unu mma o. Igbo mma mmanụ o. Igbo mma mmanụ o. Igbo mma mmanụ. Here I am representing our amiable Vice Chancellor acting Professor Carol Chinyelugo Arizumobi, who is unavoidably absent. She is here in spirit, but duty calls and makes it not possible for her to join us. Let me welcome also, as my eyes has caught, an eminent personality I should not miss, Her Excellency Uche Azikiwe, who I had known for a very long time. In fact, she just forgot my face. Yes. I know her for Jokwa, Idiko Kamuo, Idiko Kam, Kanuo. This is a welcome address by the Vice Chancellor, like I've said, delivered this day of the 2025 edition of the Obi Achebe Annual Public Lecture Series, this 10th day of September at the University of Auditorium here in Oka. Less than 1 year ago, on 17 December 2024, the launch of the foundation laying ceremony of the World Center for Igbo Repository, Nnamdi University, was made. Concomitantly, the maiden lecture of the Obi Achebe Annual Public Lecture Series of the same center was delivered. I commend the chairman of this lecture series, whose chairman is Professor Godwin Onu, for a timely follow-up of the maiden lecture with the 2025 edition. It may, at this point, be germane to recall the rationale for the establishment of the World Center for Igbo Repository. Under the impact of globalization and modernization driven by digital technology, Igbo culture, its language, values, arts, literature, symbols, customs, traditions, cuisine, architecture are under a tightening news of extinction. The World Center for Igbo Repository was created by the university as a central hub, physical and hybrid, where data, information, and other resources on the Igbo are stored, managed, and made accessible. It is also to encourage research and dissemination of information on the Igbo people, both at home and in the diaspora, through various channels, lectures, festivals, workshops, etc. I now welcome with great excitement the galaxy of eminent persons that have presented for this lecture. More specifically, I welcome the Executive Governor of Anambra State, His Excellency Professor Charles Chukwuma Soludo, CFR, other state governors here present, the Minister of State for Foreign Affairs, Ambassador Bianca Ojukwu. I salute the chairman of the event, distinguished Senator Dr. John Azuka Mbata, President General of Ohaneze Ndigbo worldwide, and the guest lecturer, Professor Obasigwe, retired Professor of Political Science, University of Nigeria. I greet the special guests, a roll call of who is who in Nigeria, many of who are of Igbo extraction. I pay obeisance to our host traditional ruler, His Royal Highness, Igwe Dr. Gibson Nwosu OON, Yezuzoka, and the pension of other traditional rulers led by Igwe Chidubem Iweka, the Eze Iwaka III of Obosi. I salute her. He's the chairman of Anambra State Traditional Rulers Council. Finally, we pay differential respect to the beautiful bride of the day, His Royal Majesty Igwe Nnaemeka Achebe Abogidi, CFR MNI, the Obi of Onitsha, in whose name and honor this lecture series is founded. The title of this lecture, The Igbos, Igbo-ness, and the Connects, I consider quite germane to the extent social, political, economic climate of Nigeria, with particular reference to the Igbo nation within the Nigerian state. Who are the Igbos? It stands as one of the great ironies of history that in the aftermath of the Nigerian Civil War and to date, some individuals and communities that had before then been identified as Igbos and accepted that identity began to disown the Igbo identity. Be that as it may, Igbos are the peoples indigenous to, as present day Abia, Anambra, Ebonyi, Enugu, Imo states, as well as some other areas of neighboring states such as Rivers, Delta, Kogi, and Cross River states. Perhaps in the course of this lecture and event, anthropological evidence will be adduced to answer more definitely this question: who are the Igbos? Christian Igbo communities share fundamentally the same culture, manifesting, among others, in a common language, though with many dialects, some barely mutually comprehensible, same calendar of a 4-week day, a 4 market days, Eke, Orie, Afo, and Nkwo, 7-week month, 28 days, and a 30th month year. We are Republican with direct democracy and consensus decision making. We have classification of males in Igbo communities into age grades, cohorts of persons of certain age brackets. These are some of the things that all Igbo communities share in common. One may now ask, what is the Igbo-ness of the Igbos? Is it the culture? Does every other ethnic group not have a culture adapted to their environment? To my mind, Igbo-ness lies in the Igbo character, the Igbo matrix of values, impelling hard work, grim determination, perseverance, and adventurism, a dogged spirit that never gives up. This has enabled the Igbo conquer space, but there is no habitat on the planet Earth in which an Igbo man will not be found. No business or endeavor in which the Igbo man will not excel. They connect without the Igbo-ness. We await the lecture with bated breath. Let me remind us, great audience, that the fledgling center needs tremendous support to make it stand firmly. The chairman had mentioned this. For it to pursue its mandate, very noble mandate at that, it needs our support. I, therefore, appeal to individuals and organizations for this much needed support. Thank you very much. Thank you very much indeed for that.
Please, another round of applause for the acting Vice Chancellor, ably represented. So please, before we listen to the chairman of today's occasion, we would like to take the following recognitions. We welcome Engineer Chris Okoye, the immediate past Pro-Chancellor and Chairman Governing Council of Paul University, Awka. President Nnamdi Igbo worldwide. We also welcome Comrade Patrick Obiano, former state chairman NLC and current state chairman ADC. We welcome you. We welcome His Royal Highness Igwe Peter Oyamwa Ezedike Ukulu. Your Majesty, we welcome you. We also have in our midst His Royal Highness Oka Onwogu Igwe Orachili Nanogo. Your Majesty, we welcome you. We also welcome His Royal Majesty Igwe P.N. Ezamama the Obi of Enugu Umuonia, we welcome you, Your Majesty. His Royal Majesty Igwe Law Nwofia JP, Igwe Ochiaga Eziaguluotu Aguleri. We welcome you, sir. We also have in our midst His Royal Majesty Igwe Honorable Sir Johnson Mbanefo JP, Ezediora Mma Mpunando Aguleri. We welcome you, Your Majesty. We welcome His Majesty Igwe CC Ndibe Chinegundo, one of Umeri, Anyamelum. We welcome you, sir. We welcome His Royal Highness Igwe T. Obidiegu, all the way from Ihiala. We welcome you, sir. We welcome His Royal Highness Eze Kingsley Akobundo Nwogu, PhD, JP, Ezoha the Fourth, Oyibo Urban Kingdom. We welcome you all the way from River State. I say again, no. We welcome His Royal Majesty Igwe Professor OKG Benjamin, JP, MD, ADR, Ezediora Mma of Omasi Ayamelum. We welcome you. His Royal Majesty Igwe Pius Omachono of Olumbanasa, Anambra West. We welcome you. Your Royal Highness Igwe Eze FC Okoli, Okweze the Fourth. We welcome you for Paleze. I say no. We also welcome Igwe O.E. Adagi. Sorry if I'm messing it up. The traditional chairman of Enugu State. I'll get it correctly later, please. You are welcome, sir. I say again, no. We welcome His Lordship, Justice Alpha Ikpama, the Director General, United Igbo Elders Council Worldwide. Sir, you are welcome. I say no. None to Unizik. Your Excellencies, Your Royal Majesties, dear distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it is now time for us to listen to the chairman of today's event. A great man, a great Igbo leader, an alumnus of the University of Ibadan, a great administrator, and a two-term distinguished senator of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, representing Rivers East constituency in the Fourth Republic of Nigeria's democratic experience. Former member of the Governing Council of Rivers State University, and to the glory of God, dear distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the President General Ohaneze Ndigbo Worldwide, distinguished Senator John Azutambata, Your Excellency.
Ndị Igbo dị ebe a, ekene m unu Igbo kwenu. Igbo kwenu. Igbo kwezu unu. Let me most humbly stand on the already established protocols. But please permit me to greet especially our celebrant today, the person of Obi of Onitsha. Agbongide. Agbongide. Agbogide.
Ndị gweni nọ n'ebe a ekene m unu. I have a long speech here that I wanted to read, but on second thought, since time is already very fast spent, I will not read the speech. I will just take one or two snippets so that we can listen to the main speech. First, I was a bit confused when the VC's address was being read. It talked about a topic and title of this lecture as the Igbo-ness, and the connect. I want confirmation that that is the proper topic for today.
Question for true federalism. The challenge to Igbo leadership.
It would appear that there was a little problem there. I think we're dealing with the issues relating to federalism and the challenges of federalism to the Igbo man in Nigeria today. That is my understanding of the topic. So after preparing my speech, I called up my lecturer, who taught me federalism in the university. And Professor Ono, you remember Professor Eusa Osagai? Professor Eusa Osagai is now the Director General of Nigerian Institute of International Affairs, former Vice Chancellor, Benedict University. And he was one of the longest lasting Vice Chancellors in Nigeria. I asked him, I said, as a renowned academic, what exactly are the issues that we need to bother about regarding federalism in Nigeria, especially how it affects the Igbo man? And he sent me a little text, and I'd like to quote him. He said, one of the major attractions of federalism is its inbuilt promise to a mechanism for fine-tuning and strengthening itself through redressive, restorative, and remedial measures to address historical and structural injustices and other issues. It can be argued that this is one area where Nigerian federalism has not been fair to the Igbo and the Southeast. You now ask the question, for how long would we continue to be punished for the sins of the Civil War? He concluded by saying that the real point is about the man-made trajectory of our federalism that always seems to punish, disadvantage, discriminate against, and relegate the Igbo to the background. I think this is the crux of the matter. Clearly, Nigerian federalism The real point is about the man-made trajectory of our federalism that always seems to punish, disadvantage, discriminate against, and relegate the Igbo to the background of Nigerian politics. The Igbo nation has done fairly well in all other areas of Nigerian endeavor. Academics, business, etc., etc. But we have not been able to find our feet in the politics of Nigeria. That is the crux of the matter. And I hope that our lecturer today, being an erudite and very, very learned professor of political science, will give us an answer. But let me just make 2 or 3 points. One, we have had since the end of the Civil War, we have had we have had the fits and starts of the semblance of political participation in Nigeria. As you will recall, in 1979, Alex Ekweme became the vice president of Nigeria. No problem. No. We'll wait for the council members to settle down. I was saying that in 1979, and I mean to give us food for thought, Alex Ekweme became vice president of Nigeria. If you know what happened to Goodluck Jonathan, you will know that the position of vice president is not a small position in Nigeria. The question is, how did the Igbos manage that elevation? Because in politics, if you manage what you're given very well, you get more. You will recall that the political problems that existed between the NPN and the NPP, Igbo elements in these two parties, made Alex Ekweme very ineffective as vice president of Nigeria. Second food for thought. President Buhari, who is now late, was adjudged in several quarters to be somebody who was not very friendly to the Igbos. But it is on record that on 2 occasions, when he contested for presidency out of the 4 occasions, he chose Igbo people as his vice presidential candidate. The question is, did we vote for him? Did we support him? On the 4th occasion, he chose a Yoruba man. How did they react? They voted massively for him. He won the seat, and our people were persecuted throughout his administration. the question is, are we managing our politics properly or not? That is the second food for thought. Let me say how delighted I am to be here and to be chairman of this occasion, because the personage of His Majesty, the Obi of Onitsha, is a traditional ruler, properly so-called, an embodiment of all Igbo ideals. Somebody who is and who continues to represent the Igbo nation by his courage, by his comportment, and by his pronouncements. It's my pleasure to be here and to be chairman on this occasion. Let me thank the university for considering me and for inviting me, Mrs. Vice Chancellor and Chairman of Council. Thank you so very much. It's now my pleasure to call on the, am I to invite you? It's now therefore my pleasure to call upon the presenter of the address and the person of Let me call upon Professor Azikiwe to please come and speak. But before he does that, the MC would like to welcome the Chairman of Council. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I think we can do better. Thank you. We appreciate you, Mr. Chairman, the President General of Ohaneze Ndi Igbo worldwide. We salute you, sir. Your Excellencies, dear distinguished ladies and gentlemen, as the chairman was presenting his speech, the Pro-Chancellor of our great university and the chairman of the governing council came in. Of course, he came in with his members. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor and privilege to introduce to you the Pro-Chancellor and Chairman of Council of Nnamdi Azikiwe University, Oka, Barrister Olubenga Kokoyi. With him is the registrar of our great university, Dr. Chinenye Okeke. We welcome you. We also welcome Mr. Chukwuma Charles of Oke Ubala, member of council. Please, in no particular order, please. We welcome you. We welcome them, Amina Elizabeth Yakowa, former First Lady. We welcome you. No. We also welcome Mr. Amo Aliu Alani. We welcome you. We welcome Professor PVC Okoye, council member. We welcome you. We welcome Professor Ikenga Orebunem. Father, we welcome you. We welcome our own dear Professor Victor Onyora. We welcome you, sir. We welcome Engineer Dr. Paul Okoli, a member of the Governing Council. We welcome you. We welcome Professor Tracy Ezajua. We welcome you. No. And the boss of the university, Mr. Gozie Egwatu. We welcome you. Dr. Sir Ndubisi Nwobu, member of the Governing Council, you are also welcome. We also have in our midst Engineer Ike Onwemene. We welcome you, member. No, sir. Aina Sununine, no. In the same vein, may you grant me the grace to welcome His Royal Majesty Augustine Nwangu, Eze Oharume, Eze the 7th Najali Orumba North Local Government Area. We welcome you, Your Majesty. We also welcome Igwe Dr. Chukwuemeka Iluno, Dunu of Ifite Dunu. We welcome you. We also have in our midst His Royal Majesty Igwe Sir Samuel Ikechukwu Asadu. Igwe Edem Aniogugu, Ancient Kingdom in Nsukka Local Government Area of Enugu State. We welcome you, sir. So on this note, and standing on the pedestal already established by the chairman of today's occasion, may I respectfully invite the guest speaker, Professor Obasi Igwe, to present his views. The guest speaker.
Igbo, ndewo no. Agbogidi. Onye ọ ga-adịrị mma, ndewo sir. Onye isi. Ọhaneze ndị Igbo, President General. Ndewo. Ndị niile nọ n'ebe a, anyị na-ekele unu sị na ọ ga-adịrị unu niile mma. Mgbe a sịrị m bịa kwuo okwu, m lechaa onwe m anya ka m si too ogologo, m sị mba, ọ bụrụ ndị ha ka m ga-eje kwuo okwu a. M jụọ prọfesọ ọnụ, ịmakwa onye na-asị bịa kwuo okwu n'ebe Agbogidi na-azụta mbata na ndị ọzọ nọ, sị na ya ma. N'ihe dị ya mkpa abụrụ ka m si too ogologo ma ọ ka m si dị mkpụmkpụ, na ọ bụ ihe m kwesịrị ka m kwuo, ma m ga-ekwuli ya. M sị ka m gbalịa anụ tupu egbe nọ n'elu eburu m, n'onwe ndị ga-asị biko eburukwa na-egawa. N'ihi nke a, ana m ekele unu. O nwere ihe ọzọ m bụ n'ụwa ma ọ bụrụ onye nkụzi. Akụzi katago m. Lee ebe ụgbọ tinyere m ugbu a, si bịa kwukwa ọzọ. Nke m kwutere, nke m ekwutere, nke dị unu mma, unu ewere. Ndewo unu ndị nwe m. Mmadụ nwere ike iji ihe n'aka gị. Ma ọ bụ ekwentị dị gị n'akpa, bụ ala nna gị rapụrụ gị, ma ọ bụ nwunye elu alụ, ma ọ bụ asụsụ ị na-asụ, ma ọ bụ ebe mbite ahịa ị na-eme, ị nwere ike iji ihe gị n'aka, ị mara mgbe ọ ghọrọ nke onye ọzọ, ma iji siro ya ike. Ị mara mgbe nwunye gị bụzi nwunye onye na-anya ụgbọ gị. Ị mara mgbe ngwa afịa ị na-ere si na China lọta ghọziri nke onye na-amụ ịzụ afịa. Ị ma ama mgbe nwatakịrị mụrụ n'ụlọ, ọ bụrụzi gị ma bụ nne ya na nna ya, ma ọ bụrụ ihe iji n'aka gị, iji soro ya aka ike. Ị nwere ike abịa ikwu okwu Igbo ka a na-ekwu Igbo, ndị ọzọ na-emegide Igbo na-emegide Igbo, mana a bịara ikwu okwu Igbo, ikwuwe okwu South East. Ọ bụrụ ndị ọzọ gwara gị na-ekwu okwu South East, ọ bụ gị ma na onwe gị rapụrụ ikwu okwu Igbo ikwuwo South East. Mgbe ị ma na Igbo karịrị South East, ị na-ekwu ya dịka onye oke amamihe. Ikwuru ya gawa n'iru si na ndị ọzọ achọrọ ka Igbo mekọọ ofu, na ha chọrọ mgbe ọ bụ gị ma na onwe gị bụ onye na-ekewa ndị Igbo. South East a unu na-akọ iji na-aga ije, eke Igbo ụzọ 5, South East eruro ụzọ 3. Igbo bụ imerime ndị mmadụ nọ na Nigeria, na steeti ekere eke dị 13 dị South East bụ sọ steeti 5. Ma abịa ikwu okwu ndị Igbo, ịgba gburugburu kwuo South East, ịpụ esi na a na-emegide ndị Igbo. O nwere onye a na-akpọ Mao Zedong na China. Ọ sị chọọ amamihe n'ime onwe gị tupu ị chọwa ya n'ebe onye ọzọ nọ. Chọọ amamihe, na amamihe ahụ dị n'ime onwe gị, na o nwere ihe ị pụrụ ime n'ụwa na ị nwere ike ime ma ị chọọ. N'ihi nke a, ya mere anyị ji wepụta ndị na-ese akara banyere Igbo. Ha sechaa akara, ha nọgide na igwe ọcha. Ha ma cheta nọ ndị Igbo meghere ụbani bụ ụbani, nọ ndị Igbo meghere opobo bụ opobo, na igwe ọcha nwere ike inwe isi ma ọ bụrụ na o ruru ewee kwagide ya na ụbani bụ ụbani. Mgbe ị mechara ihe a niile, ọ bụrụ mmadụ gwara gị mee nke a, mana ọ gị ma na-eme ya, isi na ndị ọzọ megidere gị. N'ihi nke a bụ ụzọ chọọ eziokwu n'ime onwe gị tupu ị mara onye ọbụla ị na-aṅụ ikpe n'ebe ọzọ. N'ihi ka m na-arịọ unu ndị Igbo, unu chegharịa, lee ka m sụọ n'oyibo ugbu a na m asụgo n'Igbo. Lee map, correct map ndị Igbo. Ruoda n'igwe ọcha, ruo ụbani, si n'azụ mmiri, ruo opobo. Lee ya dị ebe a. Mgbe ị ga-esewe, ị ga-ese ọcha, isi na ikwere achọrọ isi na ha bụ Igbo. O nwere mgbe ikwere si na ha abụghị Igbo. Ọ gịwa na-ebo ikwere ebubo ahụ. Mgbe ahụ ikwere na-asị na ha abụghị Igbo, ndị ahụ na-asị na ha abụghị Igbo na ikwere, ị na-ahụkwa ndị ikwere na-asị na ha abụ Igbo. Sọ ndị na-ahụ bụ ndị na-asị na ha abụghị Igbo. Ndị na-asịkwa na ha abụ Igbo na-ahụkwa ha. N'ihi nke ana m arịọ ndị Igbo, o nwere ihe ndị ọcha na-akpọ lexicon makes a difference. Manner of speech, the words you use, the manner of presentation, and the ideas you propound constitute the fundamental basis for your emancipation. Therefore, the Igbo nation, for the new renaissance, must pick up a new lexicon, a new attitude. Nobody is capable of oppressing the Igbo in today's Nigeria. That everyone is being oppressed. Everyone today is being oppressed in Nigeria by Nigerians themselves. They conquered the Igbo and conquered Nigeria. Who is better than the Igbo in terms of the efforts to survive? Therefore, the emancipation of the Igbo must go along with the emancipation of other people. That is the position. And to emancipate other people, you must be coherent in what you say, the way you do, and form a global picture of the universe of Nigeria. That is the appeal to the Igbo nation and Nigeria we're making today. Above all, we've not come to play politics. This is time for nation building. The issue of restructuring has been there. This issue of restructuring didn't start today. It has been there since Azikiwe and Awolowo were talking about it. It's been there when Afenifere spearheaded it. Now we are appealing to our Yoruba friends that don't drop this restructuring now that you've had the Igbo. Join the train. Don't wait for Tinubu to finish his government before you start restructuring again. Restructuring is not decentralization of power on existing units. No. We are saying the existing units they are units that oppress the people. The present structure of Nigeria 6 geopolitical zones. These 6 geopolitical zones is not what our Igbo ancestors propounded. Because 6 geopolitical zones oppresses the Igbo, divides the Igbo into 13 separate pieces, deprives the Yoruba of the Okun and Kwara Yoruba, deprives the Hausa of Hausa paramountcy in Hausa land, opens the Middle Belt for invasion and expulsion of indigenes into other places taken over by aliens. The 6 geopolitical zones does not provide for a just contiguity to the extent that they do not block. Other remove it. Other people's accesses to the coast. And these geopolitical zones, 6 geopolitical zones, is not what the Igbo people signed for. We have a document here. Excuse me. This is the 6 geopolitical zones that the Igbo nation proposed in 8th February 1994. The National Constitutional Conference 1994, a memorandum on behalf of the Igbo-speaking peoples of Nigeria, submitted to the National Constitutional Conference Commission, date Tuesday, 8th February 1994. If you go to page 10 of this document, see what it read. Page 10. You've come here to know so that you'll be aware what has happened. On page 10, it said, under federating units, we propose that the Federal Republic of Nigeria be reorganized into 6 regions and the Federal Capital Territory of Abuja. The 6 regions which shall be the federating units under the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria shall be the Eastern region, not Southeast. Not Southeast, please. The Eastern region, the Western region, the Southern region, the Central region, the Northeastern region, and the Northwestern region. This is by the Igbo people. My humble self, I was there at the Hotel Presidential. I was the rapporteur. We were 2 rapporteurs. I was the main rapporteur when this proposal was made and signed. And I was there at the Constitutional Conference in 1994. Banex Plaza was the secretariat of the Mpoki Igbo group at the at the Constitutional Conference. And this was signed by the Igbo people. And see, on the next page, it was written, Eastern region to be made up of Abia, Anambra, Enugu, and Imo states, together with Igbo-speaking people of Delta and River states. By doing this, you see how they united the Igbo position, signed by people from Delta, Rivers, every state. That meant the southern region will not be contiguous. It will be broken by the Igbo contiguity to the post through Port Harcourt and Obani, and then assuming to Pobo. Recognized in the Willings Commission, pages 37 and 51, that these are Igbo contiguities to the post, to the coast. The Igbo nation arrived at this conclusion. But later on, they went and smuggled in a counterfeit 6 geopolitical zones, which cut out the Igbo into pieces and deprived the central Igbo of access to the coast. That's what you are. So you should know where your problem started. The original document, I say, this is the original document I have, which Igbo people proposed and said, this is a region we want. And somebody went behind. So we should stop blaming other people than looking inwards. We don't know who went behind. And started propounding a fake, a forgery, a counterfeit called Southeast, whereas the Igbo people demanded an eastern region of Igbo contiguity down to the coast. So this is one thing I have to bring to you all. So now that we are here today, talking on restructuring, we appeal to the federal government that Lagos needs a competition. Everybody in Nigeria needs a competition. If we have to have a $1 trillion economy, $1 trillion economy is too modest for Nigeria. We should be aiming at $5 trillion economy in unimaginable time. What is $1 trillion economy? When you allow Lagos to develop more effectively by dispersing post activities, the Benin should have Oroton and Gelegele functioning. The Ejo should have Burutu, Urobo, and the Ishekiri should have Koko, Oginigben, and Sapele functioning. The Ejo should have Burutu. The Nembe Brass should be functioning. Then the Igbo should revert to functioning the Obani, Port Harcourt should be modernized, dredged and widened up to Sombrero River and linked up in a big national port gridiron, and then down to One. Then you go to the Aqua Cross. The Aqua Deep Sea Port and the Calabar and Bakassi ports should be functioning up to Orana and so on. When they are so dispersed, it will be possible to have a $5 trillion economy. Lagos can generate $1 trillion economy. The East from Port Harcourt can generate another $1 trillion economy. The other South can generate $1 trillion economy. The Middle Belt can generate the same. The Far North can generate the same. Give them, you cannot tie people down into in dysfunctions and expect them to do so much. No. So we are appealing to the federal government today that this coastal road that is being built is a very good idea, provided certain fundamentals are made. For example, the Lagos through Onitsha to Calabar was the first coastal road, which we used before independence and after independence. Lagos, Calabar through Onitsha is the coastal road. Then Lagos, this east-west road is another coastal road. Then many people that work in Port Harcourt, many of those people that work in Shell in Port Harcourt, they take helicopter and planes to Port Harcourt, to Calabar. That's the third coastal road. Then there is cyberspace. People take cyberspace. There is cyber traffic between Lagos and Calabar and the east. That's the fourth or fifth coastal road. Then there is the Gulf of Guinea itself. Nigeria should put vessels, load ships. There is no better means of transport than ship, than water. That's a fifth coastal road. Now that we are talking about another coastal road, after this coastal road, there will be coastal railway making 7 Lagos to Calabar. We are appealing to the federal government to instead divert those monies and develop the ports. If they are serious in ensuring a multi-trillion-dollar economy within the next few years, let them mobilize the East, mobilize the Middle Belt, mobilize every Nigerian towards that end. Use that money for the coastal road, because the coastal road has the potential of blocking the ports and directing everybody to Lagos when there is no need to do so. And in fact, by doing this, you make the function of the Lagos ports easier for them and more efficient. So that's our first appeal. Then I'll go. After these remarks, I will have to praise, to say a lot of thank you to Mr. President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria for the improvement of security in the East. It wasn't like this before, and we hope it will continue to improve, because the East is a very peaceful place. We are business inclined, and we are not saying that there are no criminals in the East like elsewhere. We were only appealing that the state should not be implicated in state-sponsored criminality. When the state is hands off in the crimes against the people, we can then isolate the individuals that want to live in crime. So we thank Mr. President for the improvement in security in the East and urge him to continue along that road. So I'll run through my speech. I will read through my speech very fast so that others may have time to say something. We are here to yet again celebrate a great Igbo, an African icon. His Royal Majesty Obi Nnaemeka Achebe, foremost scholar, intellectual, and philosopher king, enlightened business builder, Yagbo Gidi, rightly seated upon the exalted throne of our ancestors, under whose canopy we intend to explore the means of building a country equitable to all upon new foundations of restructuring, the fundamental basis of true nation building and civilized multi-ethnic societies. If anyone is here armed with the so-called 6 geopolitical zones or any of the several other subterfuge, like devolution of powers, upon the same contested foundations that have held the Igbo and most other Africans down, other Nigerians down, unfairly prolonged and concretized the post and economic blockade against the Igbo and other Easterners since 1967, they spurred the Igbo to abandon their precious East in helpless scattered bands, to import, export, and develop other areas without gratitude, impoverished and confused the peoples on the meaning and purport of a design that leaves only one side without access to her coastal ports. In a meridional region, they had always dominated the maritime traditions. For long obstructed the process of industrialization and true nation building, and are the root of most of the desperation and violence over here. If anyone is here to continue propagating that injustice, then this place and today are not for you, except if you have questions to ask, in which case you surely will get enlightened. Igbo leadership in cultural terms is encapsulated and expressed in the Ohaneze Ndi Igbo, the apex Igbo sociocultural organization and successor to the Igbo State Union, assisted by the traditional and other organs at various levels of the Igbo cultural society. In political terms, Igbo leadership is composed of Igbo political actors, especially political office holders that draw their inspirations in part from the cultural society in making and implementing policies affecting the Igbo. In some broader terms, Igbo leadership is also expressed in the various civil society organizations, the intelligentsia and professionals, opinion leaders, the Igbo press and media, hold positions on issues will influence the course of Igbo historical evolution. In leadership, in effect, Igbo leadership in effect is almost an omnibus concept encompassing multiple actors, echelons and dimensions of Igbo society, each of whose influence on the Igbo is contingent both upon the objective conditions of society and in the internal dynamics of the groups. We therefore very heartily welcome the Excellencies, the governors of the various states, especially the chief guest of honor, Professor Charles Chukwuma Soludo, a globally distinguished economist, His Excellency Senator Hope Uzodimma, Governor of Imo State, and dynamic chairman, Progressive Governors Forum, His Excellency Dr. Peter Mba, Governor of Enugu State, our great capital city, His Excellency Francis Ogbonniyanwifuru, Governor of our good Ebonyi State, and His Excellency Dr. Alex Oti, my own personal governor and liberator of his peoples, after 24 years of unprecedented darkness. If anyone is in doubt, go to Aba today and compare it. If anyone is in doubt, go to Aba today and compare it with what happened to that noble global city between 1999 and mid-2023. Go to Lok Panther and find out that that killing field and organ harvesting is gone. And go to Owaza Azumini and perceive a mechanism in place to dredge the less than 30-kilometer Imo River Basin to the Igbo port of Opobo, to relink the Igbo from that angle to the Atlantic seaboard. A long ignored cry of the Igbo nation and past subject matter of today. We come to His Excellency Ambassador Bianca Ojukwu, lady of unparalleled nobility, dearest to all Igbo and other African hearts, whose legendary husband I served for more than a decade, which each time in the great Ikemba's home at Enugu, we got treated with the exceptional kindness of Her Excellency Bianca Ojukwu. Team Chukwuemeka Odumegwu Ojukwu will fly direct from London to Che, my mother's burial in 2004, accompanied by Chief Chekwa Sokorie and the entire ABGA leadership. The insights that the mighty Ikemba confided to my poor self could only be repeated by His Excellency Chief Mbazulika Amechi, the great Dara who I frequently went to at Okpo, sometimes accompanied by other members of the Igbo Civil Society Coalition. To the President General of the Ohanese Igbo, Owanile, Senator John Azotambata, there is no need reminding His Excellency that it was through your very doorsteps, John Azokambata, down to Bonny, that the Igbo nation joined to open and develop the Americas, railroad Americas, plantation Americas, industrial Americas, political Americas, North, South, Caribbean, including the liberation of Haiti, an establishment in 1804 of the first modern independent Igbo and black nation on earth, followed only by Mbanaso Okwaro Zurumba, alias Jaja, who by 1863 had achieved an Igbo centralization of power, becoming the greatest African living in the east of modern Nigeria. When you hear, I have a dream, you are hearing an Igbo voice. Such Igbo voices carried the Igbo democratic traditions in the Western Hemisphere, triggered the civil rights movement, and spread it around the world. Through the Igbo coastal ports of Iguacha, Ubani, and later Opobo, the Igbo oiled the British and other European industrial revolutions, prospered them with the palm oil and palm kernels, foods, antiquities, local metals, coal, and other trades, spread the Igbo traditions of democratic fairness, and gave the world the civil rights revolution, Africa's greatest political contribution to modern human progress. It is that unsurpassable flag, Your Excellency John Azutambata, that has been handed over to you as the President General. That great flag is now in your hands. Know it today, sir, if ever you never did before, that those trying to destroy Haiti have bitterness in their hearts, fully aware that the Haitians are not much different from you. Crude oil under your soils thanklessly developed and prospered all nooks and corners of Nigeria, as they did the world. Now, the world is shifting to gas, and it has been found that it is in superabundance beneath your very feet, Your Excellency John Azutambata. Why? Your peoples are threatened species, and the burden is all on your hand. Thank you, sir. You are welcome, Your Excellency. To all your other excellencies, the multitude of federal and state office holders or their representatives, our royal highnesses, mighty businesses, leaders, the press and diverse groups, personages and the youth, for whom this lecture is of utmost moment, and very importantly too, the chief host in the person of the distinguished Vice Chancellor of the Nnamdi Azikiwe University, Professor Carol Arinze Umobi, along with the University Senate and Council and Senate, and ladies and gentlemen, who in various ways facilitated this noble gathering. I really humbly feel most privileged to be given an opportunity to participate in today's celebrations. My greatest qualification being not in special letters or coinages, but that like other teachers, I am committed to development and progress of our society with overwhelming confidence in the capacity of the leaders to meet up to the challenges. We must bear in mind that all our peoples in towns, villages, and farms, on high seas, at home and abroad, are undergoing countless severities. Men, women, and children, a lot of them orphaned or challenged with no help or sympathy from anywhere. Others in jails, other Nigerian children are in jails for crimes they never committed. Those who will not get admissions to UNIZIC or get admissions, graduated but with no jobs because they have no one to intercede for them. Our girls used to marry around 18. Now they stay 30 to 40 years without husbands because their men are sidelined by policy, humiliated and impoverished. We are yet to speak of those forced into criminality at home and abroad because of the sufferings at home. The same as those profiled in xenophobic circles abroad because of who they are instead of what they are. We can go on and on, Your Excellencies and Royal Majesties, except to let you know that all these your suffering peoples are waiting on what you can do or say as a way out of their troubles. And they and those around them are in the majority in this land. Nigerians are coming to a consensus that in restructuring lies the master key to unlock most of the potentials of these teeming millions within a just, peaceful, and stable society. But it is not everyone that talks restructuring that is honest about it, whereas some use restructuring to deceive, gain time, or go on getting their ways into things. In these few pages, we will lay down the general principles of restructuring that will be just, equal, and beneficial to all Nigerians, within which framework we also present the particular needs of the Igbo nation, whose realization will constitute the challenge to Igbo leadership as defined above. I plead ab initio that because of the dire conditions of the peoples of Nigeria, and the most dire conditions of the Igbo in particular, not much of political correctness should be expected, very respectfully though, but like other teachers committed to the freedom and emancipation of his peoples. The summary of the restructuring is this: all regions in the South must have regained their access to the coast, to the ports. The Igbo nation must regain their access to utilization of Port Harcourt, Bonny, and Opobo in the restructuring. Nothing like Southeast that cuts south some Igbo to the north, cuts south the other Igbo to the south, cuts the other one to this one, Kogi, and so on. No. The Yoruba must be united from Kogi State to Kwara State down to Lagos. Igbo must be united down to Bonny and Opobo, across Port Harcourt and Azumini. The other people, that is the restructuring we are seeking. We are seeking the restructuring as originally proposed by the Igbo people and signed. This is the document. We are not seeking for the counterfeit that they have hired people to be speaking about. When we come to speak about Igbo, they refer to Southeast. When we talk about Igbo, they say Southeast, confusing the people, and so on. So that's not what our restructuring is, to ensure that the Hausa regain paramount in Hausa land. And the solution there, we are challenging our northern friends. Would you like the Hausa to be suppressed till eternity? Or can't we find a solution like the South African solution? In South Africa, the whites were suppressing the blacks in their ancestral lands. And during the process of negotiation, it was found out that you cannot expel the whites any longer. They have stayed so long. They have naturalized. What will we do? Okay, abolish apartheid. Once you abolish apartheid, blacks and whites, you can now live together under a democratic system. That is what the Igbo intelligentsia is proposing for the Hausa and Fulani in the north. Abolish the Sharia and its caliphate system that is the basis of oppressing the Hausa, return paramountcy to the Hausa people, live together with the Hausa under a democratic tradition, instead of being expelled, which is what the Hausa people are saying, that Fulani should be expelled. No, Fulani should not be expelled, but they can, Fulani can be made to appreciate the democratic tradition and not operate a parallel government. There is a government in Nigeria, and there is another government of cuttings, amputations, beheadings, and so on and so forth. So we are proposing not a civilized solution. In the Middle Belt, we are also proposing that people should be returned to their ancestral lands. Nobody should rename any place. He said, this is now your own. You rename it, and you are allowed to do it. That's the restructuring we are asking for. And that is nation building. No more politics. And President Tinubu is in a position to do this because he will have massive support liberating people, give somebody massive support. But when they go on decentralizing and the devolution of powers, these are deceits, because you are decentralizing upon the very institutions that are bones of contention. You are devolving powers upon the same structures that are awkward and anti-people. Therefore, what we are asking, the Igbo are asking, Yoruba are asking, many people are asking, is restructuring in Nigeria in terms of ethnic nationalities or groupings of ethnic nationalities based on consent and contiguity. This is not big grammar. This is an understandable thing. And you can see the zones, the regions that can emerge in that type of restructuring. It doesn't have to be 10 regions. It could be reduced to 6 regions or 7 regions or 8 regions, but this 10 regional structure is one of the most viable structures that have been thought of. So now, general principles of restructuring applicable to all Nigerians. Number 1 principle, proper units of the polity. Civilized multi-ethnic societies are organized organically in terms of mono-ethnic nationality regions, and if need be, side-by-side multi-ethnic nationality regions based on constant contiguity and viability. Hence, England, Northern Ireland, Scotland, Wales, all within Great Britain, preserving both their independence and collective civilizations. Ditto, China, India, Russia, South Africa, and so on. Nigeria has to do the same for the relative self-determination of her component units and to secure peace and stuff. Yes, one thing restructuring will do, proper restructuring will do, it will down this separatist tendency. People want to leave Nigeria, whether they are serious or not, because the Nigerian system does not provide for maintaining the civilizations of the ethnic nationalities. Yoruba want to maintain their civilization going, their language, their ways of life. So do the Igbo, so do the Hausa, so do the this, so do the that. Therefore, restructuring in proper terms will provide for this relative self-determination. It's not self-determination to go to the moon. It's self-determination to stay in Nigeria and be a true Nigerian in your conduct and contribute your best in Nigeria, building Nigeria. Resource ownership and control by constituted units. Resource ownership has been there. Why was it removed? People should use what is in their homes and then pay certain percentages to the center. Military security reorganization. The military has to be reorganized. The military should express the true demographic character of Nigerians, so that nobody will be looking at the military as an instrument of vendetta by one section against the other. People should have confidence in their military and security services. National ethos, ideology. The national ethos and ideology, Nigeria must be a secular state, not a multi-religious state. Multi-religious is the precondition for being secular. You cannot be in elementary 1. When you are in elementary 6, you begin to tell people, I'm in elementary 1. Or you are already in elementary 6. Multi-religious is the basis of being secular. So why should we be secular and then revert to defining ourselves as multi-religious? We are exactly secular, and in that secular state, we have a single law, modern secular law, governing everybody. Then finally, we must return to the Afrocentric, non-aligned foreign policy. This policy attracted to Nigeria great respect and dignity and should be revived in a restructured new polity. There is a special appeal in this exercise to the Igbo living in the river state. There is a special appeal to them. This special appeal is that they should remember that the light of Western civilization, they brought it to Igbo hinterland. The rivers Igbo should know that the light of Western civilization, they brought it to Igbo land, to hinterland. They should know that they are the Iroha or Iroha of the Igbo nation. That they first gave the impression to the white man of the nature of the Igbo man, which made the white man take the Igbo people as great people. They should remember that they were the people that translated the Bible into Igbo and brought it to the hinterland, and hinterland embraced it. They should remember that if the Igbo made any impact in the world, it was through them. Without them, that impact would not have been made. They should remember that. They should remember that it is mostly the Igbo resource, but above all, their own resources, which are being used to develop all nooks and corners of Nigeria, without even developing the Igbo land. And now, gas, oil, gas, is all from Igbo land that made everywhere greatest this, every man, greatest that in Nigeria. They should remember that they have that light that can regenerate the Igbo nation. And now that Johannes Ndi Igbo, President General, is located in the rightful place, they should remember that that crown God has given them, there is no greater or smaller Igbo person, no core Igbo or hybrid Igbo or Igboid. These are all coinages and lexicons used to divide the Igbo. They should know that the people in the river state should know that there is a crown on their head since antiquity that they are bearing on behalf of the Igbo nation. They should also remember that the Igbo people know that they suffered extremely during the Civil War because they were the first points of attack against the Igbo nation. And we are appealing to them that that crown, to every crown, there is also a thorn on it. They should remember that we are with them. They should not, because of the thorns following the crown, that to make them to tear away the crown. They should remember that the Igbo nation now looks upon them to continue along that trajectory of leadership so that this Igbo Renaissance will have fruition in the years ahead. That is a special appeal to the Igbo in River State. Nature, a great balancer. Nature has already structured peoples into territories and only requires an honest political administrative imprint for harmonious nation building. Hence, organic restructuring. The general formula for the relatively big or special ethnic nationalities or cultural entities like this to stand alone as single ethnic and homogeneous regions, while the rest are variously joined together into multi-ethnic regions under the Willings Commission. According to Willings Commission, this is the principle of restructuring. A, the principle of self-determination. The group must desire to be separate and united. B, the principle of ethnic relationship. C, the principle of geographical contiguity. D, the principle of viability. E, a binding resolution to seek consensual solution to Nigeria's problems. F, an initial equality of regions between the North and South. And G, in the South, retention of each region's traditional contiguity to the coastal ports. In summary, these are the Igbo special needs. We've spoken about general needs. We mentioned the Yoruba here, that Yoruba should be reunited from Kwara to Okun down to the coast. That the Hausa should regain paramountcy in Hausa land. That the Igbo should be reunited from up north, Kogi State, down to Bonny and Opobo. We've shown it in the bill. That Ijaw should regain their contiguity and not separated into various states to the extent that they do not block the access of others to their own coastal ports. That in the Middle Belt should be discharged of alien invasions and renamings of communities. That's the restructuring we are looking at. We are not looking at devolution of powers or constitutional amendments upon the same institutions or structures that are oppressing the people. And we are saying that President Tinubu, being a Yoruba leader and a Nigerian leader, can do this. There's no other opportunity to do this on an honest basis. When they then empower the regions, when you now empower the regions, you can get almost $5 trillion economy in an unimaginable time. Not $1 trillion economy, which is too backward for Nigeria at this time. Nigeria should be looking at $5 trillion. Give Lagos West challenge, East challenge, other Southerners challenge. That's already $1 trillion challenge, provided you open them under pause. Give the Middle Belt, food basket of Africa challenge. Give the North challenge. The North, mostly of the Fulani, they already have trillions of dollars of Nigerian money. When they bring them to invest in that place, they will get almost $2 trillion economy alone. So now, we've done that. We've also said the principles of restructuring, both military security, resource control, and so on, will make all these things happen. They are not rocket science, nor are they something impossible. There is no impossibility in this. We simply rationalize. There has to be a basis for doing anything. And the basis for challenging people must be a structure in which they can undertake that challenge. Then these are the Igbo special needs. We've spoken of Nigerian special needs. Let's now talk of Igbo special needs. It's been implied. Number one, end to the pause and economic blockade against the Igbo. You know, in 1967, a pause and economic blockade was imposed against the Igbo. It's still subsisting. The Igbo now are forced to go to Lagos to do everything. How will the innocent participate in African continental free trade area competition? The East is growing, is experiencing growth, but no development. All these budgets is all for roads, and hotels are being built everywhere, hospitality, but no manufacturing. There is a deindustrialization in the East. No factories are coming up, except some one or two here around Newi. Even in Aba, it's all trading. That's how the East has been reduced because of the blockade imposed in 1967, and also I'm already summarizing, and also the post blockade and the economic blockade. This should be lifted. That's number one thing we are requesting. The war has ended. Let the posts resume their work. Let new posts of development be created in the East, which will spill over into another pole of development in the Middle Belt. It is easier to develop the Middle Belt down to Maiduguri through the East than through the circumlocutor's road from Lagos across to Sokoto, then before you move. But from the East, it's a direct route. We are not saying that Southeast Development Commission and all these things don't matter. We are saying that they almost amount to nothing. Because Southeast Development Commission and then Southwest Development Commission, what are they commissioning? What are they developing? Nothing. It's just to share money among bureaucrats without. So give the people a chance to export and import, and you get your blue $5 trillion economy working. So restoration of Eastern Pole of Development, and we've mentioned here, well, we were to a permanent end to state-sponsored terrorism and the various sting operations, unknown gunmen or wars against insurgency in the East, farmers-headers clashes in the Middle Belt, and banditry in the far north. President Tinubu is already dealing with this, and we appreciate, we are grateful for that. All these things that his predecessor brought, he called them unknown gunmen or sting operations. Nobody knew who he was fighting, and so on and so forth. We've also included unconditional release of Majesty Nnamdi and his colleagues, and end to all forms of unlawful, hooded, night and incommunicado arrests and extrajudicial killings. There is no good served in putting someone in prison because of what he says. The courts have released him. Let Tinubu not make a mistake. There was something that happened in Nigerian history. General Ironsi had signed the release of Chief Obafemi Awolowo. But because of events of that time, He was touring the country to placate people to make. As he was touring the country, he met his. It will not happen to our president, to President Tinubu. I'm just talking of history. What happened, happened. And Gowon just came in, liaised with Ojukwu, and released Awolowo. Now, what Nigerians know is that it is Gowon that released Awolowo. They never knew that it was actually Ironsi that signed for that release. So, we are appealing to Tinubu not to allow another person, after his tenure expires in 2031, I think. Not to allow anybody at the expiration of the tenure of Tinubu's reign to come and release Nnamdi Kanu. The impression will be given that the way we think now, we mistakenly take everything on tribal lines. They say, oh, Yoruba man didn't release the Igbo man, and so on, which is not so. It's not a tribal thing. So we're appealing to him to set the young man free and his colleagues. Let him go. So we will thank him so much. Then, I thank this great assembly. I thank you so much. When I was being asked to speak, and I was negotiating with the organizers, I said I should be given 4 hours to speak. Then a question and answer for 2 hours. They agreed. We negotiated and negotiated and negotiated. Later on, they called me and said, Prof, make it 2 hours. I agreed. I said 2 hours is too short to delve into Nigerian problems. Later on, I was told that, oh, Prof, you've just been allowed 30 minutes. So. From 4 hours to 2 hours to 30 minutes. Before the 30 minutes ended, see a piece of paper I was given. So, what we are saying is, everything we are saying here is for the good of our country, Nigeria. It's for the good of our country, Nigeria. Nigerians must change their mindset. If you are okay and your neighbor is not okay, you have a threat around you. You have a potential armed robber near you. Your driver one day is eyeing some of the money you told him to bring from the bank. If you are okay and your driver is not okay, let's think of the other person. Let the Igbo think of the Yoruba. Let the Yoruba think of the Igbo. Let everyone do what we call empathy. Look, let's be inward looking and say, supposing it were me, this injustice has lasted for too long. It is time to leave politics and embrace nation building in Nigeria. And restructuring is the only pathway to do so. Thank you very much.
Please may we rise to give him a standing ovation. Thank you, thank you. You may be seated, please. Thank you. That was a powerful one from a very powerful person. A great teacher, a professor of professors, a crusader, and a political fighter in parentheses. We thank you so much for that revealing presentation. Thank you so much for coming up with a lot of recommendations on the way forward. You said something that is very topical. That the marginalization is not just against the Igbos, that it cuts across ethnic lines. It concerns the Yoruba, the Igbo, the Hausa. And that if anything is going to be done, that it has to be holistic. Because now, if you do for this one and you no do for the other one, there will be poverty. So we thank you so much. And again, that this is the best opportunity to do restructuring in Nigeria. Now that President Tinubu is in power. Jonathan, you remember after the 1994, was it 94? The last constitutional conference, 2014 years. So there we are still talking about the implementation, and Jonathan was removed. And we are now back to square one. So this is an opportunity for the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, our dear respected President Ahmed Tinubu, to look at restructuring. Thank you so much for that. Please, may we put our hands together again for him. Mr. Chairman, sir, may you grant me the grace to recognize a few other personalities that came in while the lecture was on. In a special way, we want to recognize His Royal Majesty Igwe Ambassador Lawrence Agubuzo, the Grand Patron of Enugu State Traditional Rulers Council. Your Majesty, we salute you. Your Excellency, we salute you, sir. And in the same vein, His Royal Majesty Igwe Samuel Ikechukwu Asadu, the Chairman, Enugu State Council of Traditional Rulers. We welcome you, sir. We also have in our midst the Emeritus Professor Rob Egwa, to the former Deputy Vice Chancellor of our great university. You are welcome, sir. The Vice Chancellor of Paul University, Oka, is also here. Reverend Professor Obi Nnaemeka, we welcome you, sir. No. Elder Dr. Nnamdi Egu of Ohaneze Ndị Igbo Global, we salute you. We welcome you. We also welcome Professor Okachukwu Awuzie, the former ASU National President and former Vice Chancellor, Imo State University. We welcome you, sir. We also have in our midst Emeritus Professor Alexander Obi Efoka. We welcome you. Obi Efoka Enukora Animalo, you're always welcome. You are welcome to UNIZIC. So we want to listen and hear out the benefactor of this great public lecture. A great man, a great leader. A man that inspires grace. A man that inspires love and is loved by all. I'm talking of no other person, dear distinguished ladies and gentlemen, than the Chancellor of Ahmadu Bello University since 2015 to date. Thank you very much. Thank you. I'll continue to talk about the benefactor of this great event. Chancellor of Ahmadu Bello University, Zaria, in 2015 to date. One-time Chancellor of Kogi State University, a graduate of Stanford University, California, United States of America, who had his master's degree in business administration from Columbia University, New York. A member of the Nigerian Institute and one-time general manager and international representative of Shell Development Company, and also the ambassador at large of that great company. To the glory of God, dear distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the 21st Obi of Onitsha. And to the glory of God again, a man that served for a number of years as the chairman of the Anambra State Council of Traditional Rulers. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I am talking of no other person than His Royal Majesty Obi Alfred Nnaemeka Achebe, MNI CFR, Abogidi. And I wish to invite him to come up for his remarks as the benefactor of this great program. Thank you. So as he's about to come, we would like to present the book first before he now comes to talk to us in a special way. On this note, may I respectfully invite the chairman of today's event, distinguished Senator Azutambata, to please come forward to guide us and also to present this great work. Thank you very much.
Your Majesty and all other important personalities there, Your Excellencies. Please, I've been asked to present this book, which was the last and the first lectures presented last year. So days far spent, so I won't waste any time. I will present it by supporting the center. If you listen to the Vice Chancellor's speech, he appealed that we support the center, which will be a repository for all Igbo ideals. And so for that center, I will provide 5 million naira for 5 years. Every year, I will give 5 million naira for 5 years. So, as chairman of the occasion, I will conscript a lot of people that are here through the chairman of the local organizing committee, so that you can support this noble gesture. Thank you very much. God bless you.
Thank you, sir. MC, where is today's lecture? Where is Jaja? Come and join them together.
Also, as you all know, Majesty Igbo is endowing professorial chairs in 7 universities. And our LOC chairman is among the committee entrusted with that responsibility. So as part of this, supporting this center, I'm sure a professorial chair will be endowed accordingly.
Thank you, our distinguished Senator Johnny Mbata, for this wonderful gesture and great encouragement. I feel highly relieved because in my mind, this will continue. When we were in difficulty trying to get this together, His Royal Highness Igwe Igwe is here. He also supported us with 1 million naira. That's why we were able to put this together too. Thank you so much, sir. This is a forum to say thank you, thank you. We thank our distinguished chairman today, and we feel encouraged, and we continue. September 10 next year, 2026, another lecture we hold, because it's every September 10 that we agreed with our His Royal Majesty. Thank you so much. Please, a round of applause. 5 million naira, 5 naira every year. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. MC.
Thank you very much. Just as he said, we have the 2 last year's paper and today's paper, and it is good that we have it so that when we get home, we read, you know, all he said today and all that was said last year. 5 million for 5 years. Hey, for 25. Thank you very much. So, biko onye cholo inyaka we support, you can also make some comments on the lecture and then support this project. Thank you very much. Please, while the book launch is still on, we want to inform us once again that the council chairman of our great university is here. And we thank him for coming, because it is not easy for him to be here together with members of the council. And as we know, the council meeting is ongoing, and the members will be leaving us in a few minutes' time. Being a university where he presides, I think, and we know, and it is good and necessary that he makes some comments. On this note, dear distinguished ladies and gentlemen, may I respectfully invite the chairman of the university's governing council and of course the pro-chancellor of Nnamdi Azikiwe University, Barrister Monsu Olubenga Pukuyi, to please come forward for his remarks. The chairman.
Thank you very much. It's been a fantastic day today to see all our royal fathers, especially within the southeastern region. Based on what our prof has said, I've obviously learned quite a lot, really, as respect to the restructuring and everything. and he's been very, very knowledgeable. At this point in time, as you well know, the university is a university of the moment right now within the southeastern region. Regardless on what you might think about the premier university in the southeast, I say Nnamdi Azikiwe University is the university of the moment. We are trying to create all kinds of synergy within the host community, bring more innovations, new temporary thinking, and all kinds of ideas to keep on soaring high. At this point in time, I would like to take a bow because I've got to continue with work. I've got to go back to the council chambers and deal with the necessary things that are before me. So I crave your indulgence to at least allow my council and I to take a bow out. However, before I do so, I would like to buy one of your copies. I might not be that rich, but I would buy a copy for $100 if you don't mind. As my widows might. So I thank you very much. My royal fathers, I bow to you. And my beloved father that is hosting this lecture, I also bow before you. Thank you very much, and God bless all of you back to your normal places. Thank you.
Thank you very much, the Pro-Chancellor and Chairman of the Governing Council. We thank you very much for coming, just as we thank you again for taking the 2 copies. We thank all the members of the council as well. Thank you, sir. God bless you. Thank you. We thank all the members of the Governing Council here present. God bless you. Thank you, the distinguished members, both internal and external. Thank you. So please, it's the only council members that are leaving. The program is still on. Abiko dịka etu o si wee dị, onye chọrọ ikwu okwu ma ọ kwado n'ụzọ pụrụ iche, o mee ka anyị mara ozugbo ka anyị mee nye ọsịsọ, emechie nye ozugbo, agbọgide n'onwe ya ga-ekwu okwu, ọ ga-ekwukwu ka obi dị ya ma ọ bụ na anyị emesi anya. So anyị na-ekene ndị megolo eme wee na-ayọzi ka anyị na-apụta n'ofu for the book launch. 2 copies or 2 editions of the presentations are here. Onye na-apụta ọ na-ewere akwụkwọ, onye chọkwa ikwu okwu n'ihe ekwuru. Daalụnụ. Arizona. Daalụnụ. Arizona. Alhaji Yahayando wants to say something, so please may you come forward for that, please. Alhaji Yahayando. Okay, Neyeba. Thank you.
Ndị igwe ekene m unu agba ogidi ekene gị ihe m bịara ikwu ebe a dị nkenke. Abụ m onye Oghe na Eziagụ Local Government Enugu State, mana anụrụ nwaanyị na Nando Nukwu na Nsugbe, so abịara m itiwe akụ oyibo Nsugbe. onye Ogo Ojukwu na-elide apụga o were meeting ejele mbịa chairman apụga ebidola apụga o nwee ife okwu gbara m ntị ọ sị na ya abụchaghị ụmụaka na anyị na-achọzi ịbụ agadi mana ya bụ nụrụ dimkpa nje chebe ya bụ ife otu a ka m si fụ Igbo anyị abụgo nwatakịrị anyị na-akasị nka mana ya bụ nụrụ dimkpa gịnị bụ isiokwu m asị agba nke izizi ọtụ n'ogwe agba nke ịbụ ọtụ n'ogwe mana bụ ogwe ka a pịara akụ every year anyị na-aga raụndụ na-ekwu ofe ife a mana ya na-aga n'iru adị m 7 years dị primary school nata na be papa m bụ isi ndụ ọ sị m na onye a na ebe a na ya bụ zik mụ kwee n'aka adị m 7 years wee kwe zik n'aka ihe anyị na-ebe mgbe ahụ ka anyị ka na-ebe taa ife izi m chọrọ ikwu bụ anyị bụ Igbo anyị elofugo ife anyị ji bụrụ Igbo ife kacha mkpa Igbo wepụtara n'ụwa ọ Igbo invent democracy onye na-amabụrụ eji emali ya taa ọ Igbo invent democracy before esi ebe ahụ wejie n'Egypt before ndị Greece esi ebe ahụ wee mụta ya wee were gaba ụwa niile onye gụrụ Renaissance Africa Zikdel ga-aghọta ife a na-ekwu ebe nsogbu anyị si bụ na anyị amarozi onye anyị bụ ọ dị ka agụ na-enwerozi mbọ na-ewere eze ọ dị ka igụl ekwuchesịrị nku onwezi ike ife anyị ama enwereta ọnụ okwu na Naịjirịa maọbụ n'Afrịka oles na ya nachiri na onyinye Chukwu yere anyị gịnị bụ onyinye anyị Chukwu yere anyị demokrasi abụrụkwa ime elekshọn ịtụ vootu now experimenting nji bịa enwere m ozi nchọrọ izi agba ogidi ya na ndị eze niile na-ebe a maka na ha ji kii anyị ga-eji gaa n'iru ife o ji bụlụfa ji kii anyị ga-eji gaa n'iru bụ na tupu ndị ọcha abịa ọ ndị eze na-achị ha bịasịa na emebezi elekshọn abịazịa inegodo bụrụ aba ebe a efuga ebe ndị eze nọ ndị nọ n'enu bụ ndị atụwalụ vootu onye na-achị Naịjirịa kịta vootu atụwalụ ya lụrụ 10 million o were ihe na-achị obodo 250 million onye kpọrọ ihe ha demokrasi amara ife ọ na-eme abịara m igbu oge so ka m bazia n'ife m chọrọ ikwu nke izizi bụ ndị eze ndị Igbo tete nọ n'ụla ma lụrụ n'ọnụ ka ọ dị ala ilidi Igbo ife izizi nna sọjestụlụ unu maka nọọ Igbo ka Afrịka ji afụ ụzọ zik ife akpọrọ ya bụ zik of Africa akpọrọ ya zik of Nigeria akpọrọ ya zik of Igbo land ebe anyị nọ bụ Nnamdi Azikiwe University of Nigeria bụ ofu zik a chepụtara ya message zik wetara anyị bụ na anyị ga-anata Pan-African before I survive wife anyị nọ n'ime ya and asị m nọ ndị eze ka ọ dị n'aka ife unu niile ime bụ unu ruo unu eche bido formation ndị traditional rulers ndị Afrịka ga-eji nachi back to oge ife dị mma maka na anyị na-agba gburugburu obodo anyị na-progress anyị na-increase na crime anyị na-increase na immorality anyị na-increase n'ife niile dị njọ lifespan ife niile na-agbada agbada obodo nke na-agbago detail ka a ga-esi mezi ife ndị a efilere mụ na ndị kpọkọrọ okwu a na ndị Institute for African Renaissance Studies dị na State University na anyị ga-anọkọ nwa ọnụ na unu kpọọ anyị yelu unu aka wee hazie ya ekene m unu ọ bụrụ na o nwere ife m ga-eme na nke a ịma na m ga-echi eche kpọọ onye be m agabanyere daalụ m
Alhaji anyị kenere nne daalụ biko ọ bụ na ị ga-akpọ onye ozugbo ka anyị wee mara so anyị ka na-aga n'iru biko n'ihe anyị nọ na ya biko onye kwuo just 1 minute maka na mmadụ erika ndị na-ewenye aka erika o wee support kwa anyị enwego ozi from Engineer Chris Okoye former Pro-Chancellor Paul University ọ sị na ọ ga-ezizi Prọfesọ Godwin ọnụ nnekwute ozi pụrụ iche maka nkwado biko ka anyị kụọlụ na ya aka. Thank you. Your Majesty.
Anụrụ mgbe e kwuru na agha support center. Your Majesty, the Obi of Onitsha, Abogidi, Agu, Ekenemi Okandibu Nusiasu Ezi Igulube President General ndị Igbo. Anyị nwere ọtụtụ ive mere nji chọọ ka mgbapụ. Mana Agbogidi bụ ovu igwe bụ igwe anyị nwere nsọpụrụ pụrụ iche n'ebe ọ nọ. Maka na ọ bụrụ sọ igwe Ọnịcha onye bụ Petro ndị igwe ndị South East niile ya nọ na ndị igwe ka ọ bụ. Agbogidi ife a na-eme today maka this election ọ ife lụrụ elu bụrụ ife kwesịrị enwe ife ọzọ anyị emekarịrị nke a anyị emeli ya Agbogidi. Ndị igwe ndị ọzọ nwaanyị a na igwe na-ekwu okwu ime ka ime arụ ndụrụ ịnaba unu maka unu si enuke ndị igwe arụ adị ama ama a sị ụzụ na mara akpụ ogene na-eme egbe anya na gịnị. Ana m ekene the organizers of this event. You people, you try, unu try ọfụma. You did well. Every year, the PG si wee kwu Chineke debe anyị ndụ anyị aga na-abịa ga na-enye unu nkwado. So unu kwuru na this book bụ last year and this year. Last year abịa nwụrụ m mana m abịago nke this year. Ka nnele m President General Ọhaneze ndị Igbo anya ịma ndị igwe adịghị enwe ego ibe ndị igwe na-enwe bụ mkpanye elu na ekpele. So every year m enye unu 1 million 5 years 5 million. Anyway, ọ bụ na unu amara onye na-ekwunu onye kwuru okwu bụ His Majesty Igwe Peter Oyanwa Eze Dike of Ukulu Kingdom. Enwe ibe eji mara onye.
Biko tuonie Igwe Arizei.
Biko, or just to thank His Majesty. Without him, if I am anga, and he has started it. The university, the Nnamdi Azikiwe University, it's a unique university. The struggle behind everything, every focus able. Already with somebody, but on second, yeah, we're professor, yeah, we're VC, and so on. I will go, and we're with about 3 billion. Emeka Anyoko structure. A QMS center is there. 6 lecture every year. A bit of funka every year. Obalo lecture every 2 years. This is University of Zik University. And it's not beheld that way. We thank him for this. I want to call baby Mother Abiaro. Mother area didn't there. That's not what we expect. We're not saying much. I think I will call only represent Peter Obi to say something. Professor Okunna, representing Peter Obi, let him say something on behalf of Peter.
Your Majesty, ndị igwe niile, very distinguished guests, Your Excellency, nwanyị, daalụ. I bring you greetings from His Excellency Mr. Peter Obi. Honestly, I'm happy to be here to represent him. I'm also very unhappy. I'm very heartbroken. This is an event he would have wanted to attend personally, because the person being celebrated is very, very close to his heart. Your Majesty. He will give something, you know him. He will support this cause. This book. My book, my event, I'm sure you'll hear from him. And God bless you. You see,
Thank you, Dalo. Ndewo. Thank you very much. Kenela anyonyisi. Ndewo. We are still making progress. And Ozoma Okosi, President of Abalanze, would like to say something. Oh, Abalanze Onitsha. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Abogidi, I'm standing on existing protocol. If I may be very so last year we were here. But unfortunately, don't get na miss you. I must be by the Makotegaka. Then, if I know who be if I get the low Budaya Nigeria, Otega Glamabo or not. On only the and we are working towards that. I know no can who now one last year Vanibia no digaba. So on behalf of Abalan Zone Cultural Association, I am now launch with 200,000. Thank you.
Abalanze. I know rin Abalan Zonicha. Dalunu. Ozukolo ofuma na unu na igwe na alu ofuma. Arizona. I will ozi from Zenith Bank. The group managing director of Zenith Bank PLC. Dem Dr. Adora Umoji. Osina oge wela akwụkwọ na aba. Nke izizi na ọ ga-enye 500,000 maka nke last year. Wee nyekwe another 500,000 maka nke this year. So then Dr. Adora Umoji is launching these editions with a sum of 1 million naira. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And we thank the representatives of Zenith Bank. Arizona Keneni Ofuma. Thank you. Thank you. I got wapi also. MSR Nka Ozugbo, the benefactor himself, will now talk to us. And of course, other goodwill messages as we wrap up. Thank you very much. Aga na nkwado kọra na ewetara onwe ya dịka etu esi ekwu ya. Nsu ya ọbụgodi ozu nza ewe na-eme. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, dear distinguished ladies and gentlemen. The representative of the executive governor of Enugu State is here. He's representing the working governor of Enugu State very well. And on this note, may I invite the Honorable Commissioner for Infrastructure and Rural Development of Enugu State here present, representing the governor of Enugu State, to please come forward. Dickin. Okay, Obodo. Because I call on Neaka. Thank you.
Ndị Igbo ekene m unu. Ana m ekene ndị be anyị n'Igbo. Standing on behalf of His Excellency, the working governor of the coal city, the regional capital, tomorrow is here. Peter Ndubisimba. Because him Kangunu, particularly His Royal Majesty, our most distinguished traditional ruler in the country, His Royal Majesty Abogidi. Kabiko Kipamit here is out of the country. He would have loved to be here. For he has always cherished to be in this type of function that touches on the main fabric of this nation. He's out of the country as I speak with you. And I was called last night immediately that I should be here to represent him. I want to begin by standing on existing protocol to commend you for this wonderful gathering and forum on behalf of the Igbo nation. And what do I want to say? Like in the Kubugoroku, nsogbu anyị nwe n'Igbo land bụ unity. Nsogbu anyị nwe na be anyị bụ ịdị n'otu. Has been shown by the distinguished lecturer. If you cast your mind back when he was speaking, he said, during the Constitutional Conference of 1994, we maintain a position whereby we shall have regions and not southeast or northeast. And somebody from Igbo land went and sneaked this position of Igbo land when it will be presented. Everyone gave me an abro on the buy. All the mba. Nandi buy the nudo. Makana, when Christ was going to the cross, he prayed for the apostles that you might be one. Because he has seen what the apostle is going to face when he must have gone to the cross. That you may be one. Power of unity. Obunna, the united Igbo people will be able to scale through. Because the Nigerian federalism has not been fair to us. We have suffered a lot of injustice. We must continue to address this injustice. And this is relegation since after the Civil War. So, Nnamdi Abogidi. And I want to ask that this series of lectures should continue. And again, let me also quote one other scripture. Where the Israelites were asked to continue to pray until Israel is made a praise, Jerusalem is made a praise. I can quote this injustice, Nigerian federalism. Upon no brought the resilience for which Obama is known would have been annihilated. We're a dangerous species and we must guide against it for our children. And there is no other way except in forum like this, where we shall be telling our people the truth. And our president, who came here to chairman this particular occasion, the president of Ohaneze worldwide, distinguished senator, I have my respect. And the more talked about center, who are called upon to support, I want to urge each and every one of us to support this center. And for the series of books that are before us, Manando here on representative basis. I cannot speak for His Excellency, but I will convey this message to him. And definitely, he will support this project. But for me, Nabume Nigeria, Nambu Commission Mindorona, they were on King Mewu. I can make you 100,000 naira with Akukwa. When I end by the buy. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Dalurin Kenela Governor, Enugu State. Governor that is doing well. Dalu.
Abogidi. Ndi we gweno. The VC Unizik na mmadụ niile na ebe a. Udo dịrị anyị niile n'aha Jizọs. Ekene m Abogidi. na atụmatụ o wepụta n'arọ gara aga anyị bịa anyị nọkwa taa anyị ya nọkwa n'arọ na-abịa wee sị na Igbo ya na-aga n'iru mana anyị niidiri njikọ onwe anyị ọnụ ka anyị wee menwuo ife anyị mere before ọgụda wee na-ayọ mmadụ niile anyụkọ amịrị ọnụ ọgbọ ụfụfụ wee sị na mmeji 200,000 wee sọpọt ife a na-eme udo doro ọnụ.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Father, ị ga-abịazikwu ozugbo biko anyị ga na 1 minute biko. Father John Mary Ezenwoba. Thank you.
The VC of the UNIZIC, my great elders, I salute all of you. My name is Reverend Father John Mary Ezenwoba. I have lived in the monastery for 13 years. And we cannot be and keep quiet and something is going wrong. And people are dying. Far north, far east, far south. Igbos are dying every day. I heard this my elder. He said, Igbos are danger species. And there we are in the monastery. We are articulating ourselves. How can we gather momentum to put to the society and that change which everybody is talking? How can it come true? We that is Igbos, please, in the name of Jesus Christ of Nazareth, if you are A, belong to A fully. If you are B, belong to B fully. Don't compromise. Know where you are in case of any emergency. Something can come up tomorrow. Nobody knows. But I beg all of you, let us, all the Igbos, be sincerely rooted in the word of God. This fight is God's war. It is God's war. Gospel of Matthew chapter 5, verse 13. Jesus said, we are salt of the earth. And if salt loses taste, it has nothing to offer. We are light of the world. And the city built on a hilltop cannot be hidden. If we remain in the real salt of God, I'm telling you, the battle belongs to God. It is not us. May this word bless you, dominate you, and encourage you in the mighty name of Jesus Christ.
Thank you very much, Father. Thank you. Because briefly, I know Emeritus Professor Alexander Obiafoka Enukora Animalo. Because I nemeze 1 minute. Kai when we can thank you.
Professor Nemalo is one of the best in the world, a nuclear physicist. Is among the best in the world. I'm not talking of Africa. We are privileged to have him here too. Prof, you're welcome.
You say it's 1 minute, eh? Okay. All protocol observed. That's 1 second. I had the privilege of recording the biography of Zik of Africa in the last years of his life. He was chairman of my Ahijoko lecture, and he turned me into a journalist when he said, who said what, where, when, why? It was 5 logical steps. And I added what language. So that's one. I was with Professor Chikobi, who told me that all things can be reduced to numbers. I wrote his biography, and then I had serious problem with my energy program. But one thing that I've sought permission to say today, I was working with the U.S. military, and we had the problem of controlling nuclear energy. And but I have to say, anything I'll be involved in will not involve in danger to my people. That nuclear power is in the sun, and all the energy comes to Earth, and that we can tap it in Africa. They say we will support you. But when I came back, there were all kinds of problems. The nuclear energy we are using in the hotels and so on are due to the ideas that I translated, the way I translated this into return to Nigeria after working in U.S. military. So here is a memoir on physics and solar energy research. I will give it to you. Finally, who was my mentor? Professor Kenneth Dike from this town. Okay. He was the one who advised me when we were both in Harvard, and he was Harvard, I was in MIT. And he told me things I cannot repeat. But I asked him before he passed on, can I write a book? He said, you're a physicist. What can you write? Go and write, because you have had me. Here is his biography, and the library was set up in his honor due to that interaction. Then finally, how many minutes do I have left? I'll summarize all this. The long and short of all this is that there's a single word that we shall use to coordinate all this effort. That word is called love. And love is of God. And the opposite of love, you thought, is hate. But I found out that hate and heat are synonymous. And that is the heat of love that is the feminine part of love. So you think about that. I digitized it. You may not understand the thing, but it's on the web. This was the lecture I made at my 87th birthday. So now, when I was coming for this meeting, I was asking, am I going to do anything? And it wasn't clear to me what I was to do. And the organizer did not tell me what to do. So I said, what the Spirit directs me was to draw some money from the bank. That's my pocket. And it's 100,000, that's my contribution. I must say that my warning and biggest advisor was my wife. But she taught me many things that I cannot tell you. And the point is, listen to your other side. And she kept me alive. And when it was time for her to go, don't want me a good family. When it was time for her to go, she told me it's time to go. I'm worried about you. So I shed tears. Good luck.
Thank you very much, because because on dying aguna akwụkwọ history. Ma akwụkwọ history Biafra. Short over one manufacture Obunigwe. Maka ndị amara, I was there mgbe. Yeah, thank you. So we thank you so much, Prof. Okay, the books are for the center. Biko o nwere ndị nyego m afa ha chọrọ ikwu okwu. Igwe apụtago na apụta ka o kwuzie ka m wee point. Biko eweniwe.
Biko agwa m na onye a unu flew ebe a, Professor Nnaemeka, who are just celebrating 87th birthday. Onye design wee produce Ogbunigwe mgbe Biafra. Oya onye a unu flew ebe a. He was the founder of Ogbunigwe. Thank you.
Biko daalụnụ.
Biko nchọ ka nkwue obere okwu maka agba ogidi. Ọ nnukwute ife aṅụrị ka ọ bụ nyelu mmụọ maka na agba ogidi ewelu m ya as my mentor. Ọ bụrụ nnukwute ife aṅụrị ka ọ bụ na a na-abịa kwa arọ ọbụla maka annual public lecture. Anọ m ebe a last year wee bịakwa nke this year. Wee sị na m ga na support lecture every year with 200,000. Wee na-asị na agba ogidi anyị ga na-ekpeli ekpele onye ọbụla n'ọnọdụ bie nso na-amụta ife rinne. Ọ nnukwute ife aṅụrị ka ọ bụ nyelu ndị igwe ụfọdụ. Wee sị na ọ ga-adịrị ya mma n'afa Jizọs.
Biko tụọ onye igwe anyị na-ekene gị nne. Biko quickly ndị otu ọdụ Amawbia wana support the center n'ụzọ pliche. And the group is being represented by Iyom Josephine Anini MNI, President Otuodu Amawbia. Van with the sum of 100,000. Biko, may I quickly welcome Sidon Adunuba, the former Honorable Commissioner for Information, Anambra State. We welcome you, sir. Noafungi over there. And also the Dean of Student Affairs of our university, Professor Makode Bierenu Nabugu. I can see you over there. You are welcome. None. Biko, I na appoint na 1 minute. Diketu esiwenyani the 2025 gubernatorial candidate of the ADC na Anambra State, Mr. John Nwosu ka ọ gbagotegwa anyị okwu. Biko kọl na aka n'ụzọ pliche.
His Royal Majesty Abogidi, Her Excellency Lady Vegetiaba, and all the other traditional rulers here present, permit me to stand on existing protocol. My own today is to appreciate the royal fathers, especially His Royal Majesty, who was the beacon of what brought us together today. I am overwhelmed by the richness of the knowledge shared today. We can see that a lot needs to be done for the Eastern region to claim her place in the Committee of Nations and in this our country, Nigeria. Without missing words, I will take the books, but I will send my own widow's mite to them. I'm not used to mentioning money in public. Thank you very much.
Abiko Kaikusiel Nyakike, the ADC gubernatorial candidate for Anambra State in the 2025 state election. Aine Kenegri Nedalo. Biko onwekwe ndị na-akwado n'ụzọ pụrụ iche. Enwe m ozi na Alhaji Yayando na ya na nwunye ya akaligo. O wee sị na ọ ga-eji 100,000 wee kwado 100,000 naira. Biko anyị na-ekene erinne. Daalụ. Thank you very much. So we are still on, transmitting live from the University Auditorium. Immediately after this, the benefactor of this particular intellectual program will now do or present his remarks and of course the vote of thanks. Thank you very much as we continue. Professor RCS, no, you are welcome. Representative of His Eminence, Eze Aro, wants to talk to us in 1 minute, please. Thank you.
Igbo ekene m unu. Ndị Igbo ekene m unu. Ndewono. Biko ya ozi His Eminence Eze Aro dịka anyị gụpụtara Obi of Onitsha. Also, I extend royal warm regards to my esteemed brother, Obi of Onitsha, the Vice Chancellor of Nnamdi University, and other distinguished guests at this public lecture in honor of the Obi of Onitsha. I'm honored to extend goodwill wishes also to Professor Azikiwe for his erudite treatment of the critical topic of restructuring Nigeria and the challenges to Igbo leadership. I say may this lecture and the insights he has presented, may God give us the knowledge and the wisdom to navigate it, so at the end of the day, the Igbos will be properly reintegrated into the Nigerian nation, and the Igbo will receive their due in this country, Nigeria. I'm particularly excited that my senior brother, Obi of Onitsha, who will work together as a senior at the Shell company, we've told his line, also in the line of royalty. And I assure you that we'll continue to put Igbo nation in our prayer and continue to push to protect the interests of Ndi Igbo, wherever we are, without compromising. Na ihe osisi gwa ndị Nnamdi Azikiwe University and the Obi of Onitsha na ya nwetara ozi a ụnyaahụ na ya ga-ezi ozi bịakwa nke afọ ọzọ, so na ozi a dị n'ụzọ. Mana dịka ndị kwuru okwu kwuo, mụ ejikwa aka m zakwara afa m, mmeji 100,000 wee werekwa akwụkwọ n'afa m. Afa m bụ Ani Ọnwụ mere.
Thank you very much. On behalf of Ezaro, he delivered that wonderful speech, and at the same time, he personally donated the sum of 100,000 naira. Thank you, sir. God bless you. Dear Medalo, thank you. Professor RCS, thank you. Please remember It's just 1 minute. Thank you.
Prof, our versatile wizard, please, I just want to use a second to make comments on this issue of begging federal government for restructuring. In negotiation for me, you see for maybe 1 million naira, then as you're negotiating, this restructuring we have been begging, which even Tinubu during campaign promised, they will never give us that hypothetical and speaking. They might hardly give us that. We suppose, for me, the Igbos, for our own real security, I appreciate what Prof is talking about, genuine restructuring. And but when you talk about South Africa, good, for whether Fulani and Hausa people to live together. It's not even known about the Fulani and Hausas living together, but they are spread like cancer to other parts of the world, including in Hamufu, Falcon, everywhere. So what I'm personally recommending is causative therapy, not symptomatic treatment. And my recommendation is for what we might call let my people go for the Southeast. Let my people go. Just as Moses tried to take out Israelite from Egypt. Why can't the Igbos be bold to say let the Igbos go? Peaceful referendum. Then you go and form your own country. Switzerland and others are not up to 5 million, or Finland 10 million. Then there you have their own army, their own police, your own immigration officers. Before anybody come to your territory, they are not get through visa. NIM, everybody. And about that, they clear everybody, including, you can't even go through Old Road to 90 miles. So let us be talking about amicable separation. Former Soviet Union have disintegrated to 15 republics, and so on. So let us make serious demand. If we demand, let my people go out of Egypt for genuine security, they might start begging you to come and take referendum. Thank you. And so. I'm not a bourgeoisie. I want to use 5,000 naira to thank them for what we are doing.
Thank you very much for your support, including Nekwo Igbo. Thank you. Dalo, Oderizi. Please, we are trying to be sensitive to, to time, and then try as much as possible to keep everyone on. But there's no way we can do that without calling on the one and the only female executive governor in the life of this country. The former governor of Anambra State of Nigeria, Her Excellency Demveji Etiaba, the great mother, the great leader. Thank you.
His Royal Majesty Obi Nnaemeka Achebe, onye ọgbọ. Hello? Hello? If I do on. Ị na-ajụ m, a sị gị na onye ọgbọ m ka ọ bụ. Mama m esekpuru ibe maka ọnọdụ ịnọ na ya. Wee na-ekenekwa President Ọhaneze. Ana m ekene ya. Biko nke onye chiri, ya zere ndị igwe. Ana m ekene unu maka na afọ na unu nọ in majority wee bịa nọdebe nna anyị ukwu a. Ọ ga-adịla unu mma. O nwere ndị abịara ọnụ ndị na-ezo ezo mana nke a abụrụ mkpa m. Biko onye kwụ ọtọ n'iru unu bụ Dame Veji Etiaba, former governor of Anambra State, CON. Ono ọfụrụ ife anyị ada egote ya n'afịa. Ọlụ mmadụ lụrụ ka eji enye ya. Wee chigharịa n'ife anyị na-ebe ọlụ mmadụ lụrụ anya mmadụ mụrụ ga-ejide akwụkwọ na-aba for history. Ya ife njikwula ebe a bụ na abụ m onye nkụzi tupu m bụrụ gọvanọ. History dị mkpa. M wee sị na m ga-ewere akwụkwọ na-aba. Onye ọbụla fachikwa ntị, ọ bụrụ ego ka m kwụrụ ọtọ ka m wee kpọọ nọọ ka m recognize ya the importance of akwụkwọ na-aba edere. Ya ọ ga-adịla anyị mma. Agba ogidi ife imere amaka. Ọ bụ na mmadụ amara ebe mmiri nọ wee mabe ọma nwa ebe ọ nọ mee gịnị wee kwụsị. Ọnya bụ ife a ntọ na ana. Kenekwa chairman anyị na exposition o mee. Biko daalụ na organizers. Eji m 100,000 naira wee na support ife a. Onye nke kwudebelu m ife o ji nọdụ ebe a ọnwa ọkpọ rivitere mana nne mgbe afọ bụ senior special advisor to His Excellency Dr. Michael Okpala. Ife ọ gwara ya ka ọ na-eme. Onye bụ na ọ nọ na-anụ ekwusigo anaghị asị ekwusigo a nwere afa. Mama ya bụ ntọala ya bụ ife ọ gwara ndị Nnewi jebe na-ekwusigo a wee kwụrụ nya ọ ga-akwụrụ ọtọ n'afọ a.
Agba ogidi daalụnụ. Your Excellency, ịkọwara ọfụma nọ ngị si m bịa kwudebe. Mama m bụ Chief Mrs. Janet Mokelu, OON. Ọnya ka m ji nọchapụ anyị ebe a obi lusie m anyị maka ụdị ife ọ ga-asụ ya ka ọ ga-abụ ọbụ na ọ dị ndụ ọ ka anọ ebe a n'ụdị ife na-adị ya mma. Moreover, onye a bụ nwaanyị na-eme politics wee meluo ya n'isi dịka mama m. Ọ tụgharịrị esi m ịnọkwa na politics nsị a mba ọkwa ụlọta na m nọ na nkụzi. Abụ m Prọfesọ Ifeoma Egbuọnụ, Professor of Pediatrics and the past president West African College of Physicians. So wee na-asị ya na ife melụ bụ nke onye nọ nya nọdụ ọfụma na ya nya meluo ya n'isi wee kwudebie wee sị n'afa mama maka alụta m ya ọfụma malụ na ọ ga-asụ ya ma m kwudebekwa ya kwudebe Her Excellency wee sị n'afa mama anyị ga-ejikwu 100,000 wee go akwụkwọ ọfụma. Daalụnụ.
Biko kusielni wa aka ike. Thank you very much. Ọnwa Mokelu, Lady Mokelu. Anyị kenere nne ama m na ụmụaka na amarazi onye bụ Mokelu. Ụfọdụ ọsọ ndị otu anyị nọ mgbe ibe a niile na-eme. In those days. Yataga anyị kenere nne. Biko anyị na-agbazi ọsịsọ. Ekenekwe m Prọfesọ Okoli Donald ekene gị n'ụzọ pụrụ iche. No, Prọfesọ Charles Arinze afụkwa gị. Daalụ nọn ndị Koyu, you are welcome. Thank you. Biko dịka etu nsi kwubu anyị chọrọ ka onye anyị ji maka ya wee bịa tata ka o kwuo okwu. Akọwago mie n'ụzọ pụrụ iche, kọwaa ihe ọ bụ n'ụzọ pụrụ iche, kọwakwuo onye ọ bụ n'ụzọ pụrụ iche. So nebuzi oge. We want to listen to the man, the quintessential personality that called us today, the benefactor of the annual His Majesty Nnaemeka Achebe public lecture, the traditional ruler of Onitsha, the Obi of Onitsha, the Chancellor of Ahmadu Bello University, one-time Chancellor of Kogi State University, a graduate of Stanford University, California, United States of America, an alumnus of Columbia University, New York, member of the Nigerian Institute, one-time general manager and international representative of Shell Petroleum Development Company, and of course, the ambassador at large of Shell Petroleum Development Company to the glory of God, the 21st Obi of Onitsha, one-time chairman, and from a number of years for that matter, of the Anambra State Council of Traditional Rulers, and currently the patron of Southeast Traditional Rulers Council. Please let us put our hands together for His Royal Majesty Obi Nnaemeka Alfred Achebe, CFR, Commander of the Federal Republic. We welcome you, sir.
Buko nibai an mekana yobna. Koenchi yazen. Ukwa gwala intata. Odronka ogadi maka etiebi ono. To comment on the lectures of today will only amount to a dilution of what you've been told and by our erudite professor. I think what we should do is to go home and think about the message and how we ourselves individually can contribute to the way forward for Nigeria and for an Igbo. On that note, therefore, I will urge everybody, even if you didn't launch the books, I think there must be a cover price which is less than what people have launched for. You can take copies at the cover price. I think there are some of them outside, and go through them. Can be the good nekene. I have a personal apologies from the governor of Abia State, Dr. Alex Uti, who many of you know is my son, is a son to me. He arrived from abroad last night into Lagos, and this morning had to rush back to Abia State. They have a big event, so not to could he not come. Couldn't send any of his commissioners because all of them are involved. I even spoke with him this morning. However, Uche there, and he will support the center in the appropriate way. Honorable Commissioner representing Governor Peter Mba, you said that only last night you were called. I'm not going to ask what time, but late afternoon yesterday, I sent him an SOS apologizing that he's just come to my notice and I'm reaching out to him, however late. And that you are here, the mark of the kind of person that your principal is. So, Ilu Ekenenya, I can I'll still reach out to him in the normal channel and say thank you to him. And I'm sure that he will support this proposal, this objective of the Center for Igbo Repository. Our chairman of today's event, Senator John Azuta Mbata, Unafugienu is a quiet performer. Whether it's address, you get in in a few minutes. It goes to the heart of the matter. What we've done for ourselves, good. What we've done to ourselves, not so good. I was privileged to be the chairman of the Ohaneze retreat, which took place in Enugu a few months ago. We spent 2 intensive days together, and I got to know the kind of person he is. I mean, the endowment of professorships in universities, to advance knowledge, because at the end of the day, knowledge is all that can get you through, either as individuals or as a nation. That's why education is very important, even though it's highly neglected in this country. So, distinguished Nnamdi Ofuma, and you are leading very well. And I think your secretary is of the same nature as you. Very quiet performers. So, Dalunoro. Onyabom. If you notice, there's so many women around today. She's the only one that I embraced and hugged. Okay, I Bobo. I'm making an appreciation. You always turn up. You always show up. His Excellency, our former Governor Peter Obi, will receive his apology. Another great son of mine, and he's stressed himself out. He's worked too hard, and he needs to rest. I'm not going until the doctor told him, and then he listened to the doctor. So, whatever doctor it is, I can have doctor. I can hear as we can. So, Igwe, I'm making a one of them. She has then. I'm making a yabuna. Igwe Agubos on the square. Yes, Enugu State. Yes, Enugu Ebia, Grand Patron of Enugu State Council of Traditional Rulers and coordinator with the Southeast Council of Traditional Rulers. Omo can call. Ogaragidi, Chairman Enugu State Council of Traditional Rulers. I make an effort. That one a warrior on WhatsApp. And we communicate. Undigwe, I'm making a news appreciation. Uko, very grateful that you came here. Aboba Fatata, Ibana Ema Nana. Okay. Igwe Anahu. Igwe Igulube. Igwe Orano Chidume. It's my soul. It's my soulmate. It's my soulmate. It's Mama Dalo for being here and for supporting the project. Lastly, Buko, Professor Animalo, Onabago. Has he left? That's terrible. I'll tell you about him. He was finishing his PhD at Cambridge, and he came to America on holidays. Just give me 1 minute to talk about him. And in those days, I don't know whether it's still there, but in the summertime, you can buy a ticket on Greyhound bus for $100. You can tour anywhere in America for 100 days. They call it 100 days for $100. So you can go anywhere, stop, spend a day or two, and continue, and all of that. So he came to Stanford. He came to Stanford, Palo Alto, where I was an undergraduate. And our habit then, maybe
If you get into any university city in America, go to the students, the foreign students office. They'll give you a list of Nigerians who are there. And you just call them up, and they're glad to receive you. Whether they're Yoruba, Hausa, Igbo, it doesn't matter. We are warm to each other. And he arrived, and he did that, and he was given the name of myself and my cousin. You know, we were sharing a flat. And he called us, and we welcomed him. Speaking with him, got to know who he was, and we suggested that you should go and have a conversation with the physics department at Stanford University. And you know, his area of interest. He was a Nobel Prize winner in material science. For 1 hour conversation, he was offered fellowship, postdoctoral fellowship at Stanford. Just 1 hour's conversation. That's the kind of man he is. Very brilliant, and very humble, and all the things he has done. So I owe him a lesson of life, you know, to do things quietly. Now we come to our big fish for today, Professor Azikiwe. Prof, I didn't expect less from you. I didn't expect less, and I thank you very much. That 1 hour, that 4 hour presentation, we shall still find an opportunity for you to deliver for 4 hours, because now part of our program, our purpose and our way for this center for Igbo repository, that for each lecture for the year, in the course of the year, then the center will organize seminars and workshops on specific aspects of the lecture, on specific aspects of the lecture. If you go through his lecture, there are many issues that he has raised that need to be interrogated further, and so on and so forth. You go through my own, I think I raised more issues than I presented in the answers and all that. And that is how we can advance knowledge, and that is what the center is all about, to expand knowledge about Igbo civilization in all aspects, so on. So that for each lecture and the series of workshops and seminars in the course of the year, we can then have a compendium that takes on that subject, and then we can build on that, and build on that. Having a center is important. Building that houses us is important. But the intellectual housing of the concept is far more urgent and far more important. So we can take borrowed accommodation for now and begin work. But as soon as possible, we'll build a center that befits the purpose of creating an Igbo repository. There's a lot of stuff that are already coming. Last year, I promised that the digital version of all the academic collection of Professor Richard Henderson, who spent all his academic life here, he and his wife, they're social anthropologists. They spent all their academic life on the study of our nature, tradition, and the neighboring community, and so on. So we have the digital records, but in fact, he now says we can take the physical materials. So I'll be going back to Tucson, Arizona in November to take a catalog and ship all those things back to Onitsha. And they'll find a space in the museum, maybe some of you to come back to the Igbo Center, the Center for Igbo Repository. So there's a lot of work for us to do, but it's a joyous work. And then finally, back to Prof's presentation on what restructuring means. And I think one of the speakers also mentioned that a lot has been said. No lugo no meme. A lot has been said. No lugo no meme. That reminds me of Urgeloka. Asinisia de Rama. Oh, coach, when I seen anywhere I go. What's the name of Ajuju? I say, okay, Ajuju. Or since you're Chuku, then go down your bella advance no one. Get when I manage. You lose we can opposite the balance. So if we wait for Nigeria to to be perfectly restructured before we begin to address our challenges in Igbo. We'll be waiting for a long time. So we have to get started. And a few years ago, I gave a big lecture on Akulono. And I don't think it's going into the ears of Ndebani. A few of them are beginning to listen. The proprietor of the Landmark Center in Lagos, they were lost without any compensation, no negotiation and all that. He's now making moves. He's taking over the Nike Lake Hotel to make it what it ought to be and so on. And I think he's discussing with the government of Abia State and Imo State and so on and so forth. But now, today, in Western Nigeria, it's a deep sea port under development in Lekki. And another one in Ondo State, in Elaje, by the waterfront, Okichukwu side. Ogun State has just launched, that is opened an international airport. And Lagos State is building another international airport in Lekki. There's a talk, or not a talk, the reality, Lagos to Sokoto Road, which was mentioned here. Ogun State is going into serious large-scale agriculture, particularly cattle ranching, to make the Southwest and anybody who cares independent of the cattle that is coming from the north. So there's a lot of development going on in the Southwest under the platform of what they call DAWN, Development Agenda for Western Nigeria. So each state governor is acting in his own state area of advantage. Okay, but because they're all talking to each other, they're not competing with each other. There's a thread that links what they're doing. The thread that links what they're doing, and their purpose is Isifa na Nigeria Usagutata. They're happy. They are independent. They are seriously independent. Even in Dawn, they go into education. They're going into cultural issues. They have a flag. They have a flag. You can Google DAWN, Development Agenda for Western Nigeria. So that is a model for us now in Igbo. And don't forget that a large amount of money that is driving the Lagos economy, Undi Igbo, that generate that income. Tinubu told me when he was the governor that every market store, every office in Lagos State is on his computer. Now, Arrow's way, if you don't pay, we shut you down until you go and negotiate and pay. You know, who built that computer? Leostan Eke, Onyibo. Who did the study? Ken Ibokwe of the consulting company. They are the ones that Tinubu retained them because they were the best to do what he wanted to. So, Buko is a message to our people, industrialists. Think big, okay? We can open up this access to this. Abia State is going to do that. Imo State also promised to dredge Imo State and go out to the state so that Tukuta can become a seaport and all that. Got to think big, but also involve foreign investments. You know, so if our projects are bankable, that the Southwest is doing, investors will come in. The government has a role to play to provide the enabling environment. But the government should not be building factories and so on. Create the opportunity for the buying to come back. Our job is now to call in the buying to come back. And my last word, Buko, without taking too much time, I've just whispered to the President General of Ohanese that we need to talk about voter registration. I don't know if you saw the statistics that came out after the first week of pre-registration on the website of INEC. one state, Osun State, registered about 80 times the entire Southeast. The entire Southeast was 2,000 something. Minus Anambra, maybe Anambra didn't register at all. And these people are talking about 200 and something thousand that are registered. Which comes back to what the chairman said. If Ikwemedi didn't do well as vice president, who's responsible? Who was? Okay. And there's so much apathy now that we've got to move. Ndi Igwe, we'll go home. Ndi PG, Ndi Oka, everybody. The joint venture, which I coordinate, Sir Chris Okoye is here, is a member of it. We've talked about it, and it was scary, okay? Because election is coming. If you don't go out to vote, don't complain that you're being marginalized, because we're marginalizing ourselves. That's what the electioner told us. So, Buko, Unulono, Sisi Sabozi, we're going to come back formally to all the communities, to all the churches, the PGs, the youths will go out and get people to come out and vote. Goodbye. It's been a wonderful day. It's been very long. Mana, the hall is gone. It's gone a bit thin. And then I'm making for finding time to come. People have come from the far places. Our chairman, he left Port Harcourt at 5:30 a.m. Also a joker. Anybody who braved it, and Kenya, we shall all go back to our destination safely and in good health. Let's continue again to advance the course of our Igbo. Thank you very
much. Thank you very much. Your Majesty, we heard you. Thank you for all the information and the propositions. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you again and again. Abiko tuoni abogidi. Bogidi aine kenerinne. De medalo. Abiko. Aine teteleni ni nenye card. Open nenye card. Badawa na council chamber. So to the VC's office, because the royal father of the day, Igbo Ranyel. In Emily when Emily. Also now get with another 1 million naira. Because Koloniaka. Thank you. Because no energy card getting a council chamber. Ndo trying I got no here away entertain. This card get a governor council chamber na VC's office. Meanwhile, only chola kukwa nabo. Just 5,000. Enye yi hanabo ozbo 5,000 naira. Because na yo nyobna. Onye naba ko jido the 2. We na. Meanwhile, I need to take an International Day for Senior Citizens Celebration 2025. All guy members say 10th of October nebe na Unizik ka dalunu. Abiko biko nwere onye anyị invite ka okwu ka anyị ga-enye ntị ka anyị na-ekenekwa ekene nna no.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, sirs. Good afternoon, executive. Good afternoon, chief. Okay, I'm Israel Uche Habat. I'm from the Faculty of Agriculture, and I really want to commend this program. I really want to also use this is a medium of encouraging the youth in also knowing the history of our culture, because most of the times most of the times the Igbo youth tends to drift from the history of Nigeria, of Igbo culture. Most of the times we even tend to deviate from the history of the Igbo culture. So this platform now has given us the drive to number one, look into our past, look into our history, understand our history and culture. According to Chinua Achebe in the book of this the Lost Story, he was talking about the Nigerian Civil War, and the main emphasis of this book he wrote was talking about us reflecting to our history, reflecting to our culture, and also utilizing it to create a better future for the Igbo people. So I really want to commend this meeting, and I'll be dropping a sum of 5,000 naira to support and also get a copy of this book. God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you very much for calling on Waka. Oh, you be a I'm calling Nyigide Professor.
I am Mama.
No.
I am Mama.
No.
I am Mama.
I get Pezi Ekpele Mechi. Reverend Sister Scholastica Uchenna Okonkwo, the Tanshian Sisters. Wow. Oge eduzi anyị na-ekpele mmechi. Anyị mechie nye ozugbo anyị ekwe Unizik song wee pụwazịa. Sister du anyị na-ekpele ka anyị kwụlụ n'ọtọ biko.
N'afọ nna eze nwe na Chineke, eze a na-ekpechasịala ọgwụ atọ n'ime ofu dị ngozi ofu Chukwu. Jesu Mary na ndị nsọ, Father, Son and Holy Spirit. Anyị ekene gị na anyị mechara ọmụmụ ihe nke a ewepụtara site n'igwe agbọgidi. Anyị wee na-ekene gị ka mgbe onye ọbụla ya na ka anyị na-anọ udo. Ajọ mmụọ afọ na ya, ajọ mmadụ afọ na ya, kidnappers afọ na ya. Anyị wee na-ekene gị Chukwu ka ị nyere anyị aka n'oge kịta ihe sichasịrị ike, ka ị na-egboro anyị mkpa nke ahụ ka nke mkpụrụ obi site na Kristi dị nwe anyị. Spend a nice day.
Unizik song, please. No movements again. Unizik song, please. Thank you. Thank you. Fast. Please, no more movements. May we rise for the Unizik anthem. Biko chete na ga-eke nli ebe a maka ndị ejiri card. Please. Maka na ote ga-apụta n'ụtụtụ onye ọbụla nọdụ anị ma ọ bụla ijiri card ka ebunye gị nli.
I am Mama. I am Mama. I am Mama. Ijele muji ekwoku. Watakala mi jelemo, ijele muji abamba. Watakala mi jelemo, ijele muji akuoku. Watakala mi jelemo, ijele muji abamba. Abulugodi na bemmo, ijele muna akuoku. 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 Obiako obimwa, awansanso obiako obimwa. Obiako obimwa, obiako obimwa. Obiako obimwa, obiako
Igbo